Olá, bom dia a todos! Sejam bem-vindos à grande final do Your Voice, o concurso cultural de discursos da cultura inglesa. Eu sou o João Aveiro e hoje eu tenho o prazer de apresentar esse grande momento, a grande final da nossa competição. Criado em 2014, o Your Voice chega hoje à sua 10ª edição, com o objetivo de valorizar a comunicação oral, ajudando os estudantes da cultura inglesa a expressarem suas ideias com confiança e a se prepararem para falar em público. É uma oportunidade incrível de pesquisa, troca cultural e crescimento, incentivando cada participante a se tornar um agente de transformação por meio do compartilhamento de suas ideias. Nesta edição, recebemos mais de 900 inscrições de estudantes que aceitaram o desafio de se superar escrevendo um discurso autoral em inglês sobre um tema complexo. O tema dessa edição, todos os discursos precisam abordar o tema Echoes of Change, Confronting Climate Crisis, que em português seria algo como Ecos da Mudança, enfrentando a crise climática. Na primeira fase do concurso, os participantes gravaram e enviaram seus discursos em vídeo, os quais foram avaliados pelo nosso júri, com a difícil missão de selecionar apenas 128 para as semifinais. Esses 128 participantes que foram selecionados se apresentaram nas nossas semifinais, ao vivo, e o nosso júri, mais uma vez, teve a missão árdua de selecionar apenas 48 deles para a grande final. Hoje, vocês verão aqui estudantes da cultura inglesa e de suas escolas parceiras dos estados de São Paulo, Santa Catarina, Bahia, Rio de Janeiro, Rio Grande do Sul, Distrito Federal, Goiás, Tocantins e Espírito Santo, de nível de inglês básico, intermediário e avançado. No Your Voice, os alunos são divididos em 8 categorias diferentes, de acordo com o nível de inglês de cada um. Cada candidato concorre, portanto, somente com aqueles que estão inscritos na mesma categoria. Nesta sessão de agora, se apresentarão primeiro os candidatos da categoria 1, depois os candidatos da categoria 2 e, por fim, os candidatos da categoria 8. As apresentações das 3 categorias acontecerão na sequência, com rápido intervalo entre uma e outra, somente para que as nossas juradas consigam organizar as suas anotações, e o resultado das 3 categorias será anunciado de uma só vez ao término da sessão de hoje. As regras de duração e número de perguntas que cada um responde após discursar variam um pouco de uma categoria a outra. Então, daqui a pouco eu vou repassar com vocês a regra de cada uma das categorias. Após o término das apresentações, serão anunciados 2 participantes de cada categoria que obtiveram as melhores pontuações nas apresentações de hoje. E essas pessoas ganharão um super prêmio. O segundo colocado de cada categoria ganhará um vale-presente no valor de R$500 e o primeiro colocado em cada categoria um vale-presente de R$1.000. E quem decidirá quem são as 2 pessoas de cada categoria são as juradas Cristina Bordião e Luísa Brandão, que fazem parte do Departamento Cultural Acadêmico aqui da Cultura Inglesa e já estão conosco aqui no backstage. Elas avaliarão todos os discursos apresentados e, após as apresentações, se reunirão para chegar ao grande veredito. Bom, então, antes da gente começar com os nossos discursos, eu vou repassar com vocês as principais regras. Então, primeiro, João, eu tenho dúvidas sobre a competição, onde eu encontro as informações. Tudo está concentrado no site do Your Voice. Então, as informações do evento quanto aos horários, a lista de participantes, a FAQ, os links das transmissões, todas as informações e comunicação é feita sempre por lá. Caso vocês tenham dúvidas, mesmo acessando o site, vocês podem entrar em contato com o e-mail que está disponível lá também, que teremos o prazer em ajudá-los. Nós, da organização do evento, eu e os candidatos estamos dentro de uma plataforma virtual e o evento está sendo transmitido para vocês que estão nos assistindo aí no YouTube. Então, interajam conosco, façam a torcida aí no chat, lembrando sempre com mensagens positivas, porque nada negativo combina com o Your Voice, então vamos manter o clima lá em cima para apoiar os nossos estudantes nesse momento tão importante, nessa grande final tão especial. E enquanto nós estávamos com eles aqui no backstage, nós realizamos um sorteio na frente deles para definir a ordem da apresentação de hoje. Estamos colocando inclusive neste exato momento, a ordem das apresentações aqui no chat para vocês acompanharem. Bom, e se a conexão de algum participante falhar ou cair durante sua apresentação, nós seguiremos com as próximas. No entanto, enquanto o bloco de apresentações estiver em andamento, daremos novas oportunidades para que o participante restabeleça a conexão e se apresente novamente. A duração estipulada para os discursos da categoria 1 é de 1 minuto para cada candidato, mas há uma margem de tolerância, assim como todas as categorias. Então, os candidatos desta categoria precisam fazer um discurso que dure de 30 segundos a 1 minuto e meio. Temos aqui uma timekeeper, a Vanessa, que controlará a duração das apresentações e fará soar um sinal como esse quando o candidato atingir as minutagens específicas. Então, o sinal será tocado primeira vez quando o candidato atingir 30 segundos, uma segunda vez quando o candidato atingir 1 minuto, e, por fim, caso o candidato atinja 1 minuto e 30 segundos de discurso. O candidato que terminar o seu discurso antes de 30 segundos ou depois de 1 minuto e 30 pode ser penalizado. Após o término das apresentações, os candidatos respondem a perguntas. No caso da categoria 1, os candidatos responderão a uma pergunta feita pelo nosso júri. Bom, então vamos começar com as apresentações da categoria 1, depois teremos aquele rápido intervalo que eu comentei com vocês, e aí a gente continua com a 2 e com a 8. Então, bora começar, que eu já estou ansioso, os candidatos devem estar ansiosos também, a torcida, né? Então, agradeço a presença de todos aí que estão acompanhando no YouTube, familiares, amigos, todo mundo torcendo pelos nossos estudantes, e bora começar então. Então, vamos começar com a ordem do sorteio, começando aqui pela categoria 1. Gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Júlia Colette de Souza. Júlia, está por aí?
Yes.
Yes. Então, Júlia, estou ouvindo você bem, sua conexão também está boa. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Hello, how are you? My name is Julia. Today I'm going to talk about the climate change crisis. Mother Nature suffers impacts caused by unrestrained consumption, and I decided to address the meat consumption and its role on the climate crisis. The meat production is, among all foods, the one that emits the most greenhouse gases, responsible for more than a half of its emissions. Also, large areas of native forests are cut down to make room for these animals to breed, causing soil erosion. But what can I, a 10-year-old child, do? The UN Sustainable Development, at the 13th Climate Action, suggests consume less meat during the week. Could start by just one day being vegetarian. Starting with ourselves, with the small but important actions, we can make big changes. Thanks for listening. Bye!
Muito bem, Júlia. Parabéns pelo seu discurso. Obrigado. E agora vamos à pergunta da nossa jurada, Luísa. Mutada. Luísa? Está ouvindo?
Oh, yes.
Now agora sim, agora sim.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry, guys. I forgot to turn on my microphone. Good morning, Julia.
Okay.
Thank you, dear. So my question was, you suggested that we should eat less meat.
Mm-hmm.
What can we eat instead of meat?
I suggest to eat the rice and beans, a lot of vegetables that can make us healthy, fruits too. Yes, a lot of salad because it makes us strong to be facing all of the things of the life, and healthy things, cookies that doesn't make us things that makes us healthy.
All right. Thank you, Julia.
Muito obrigado, Júlia, pelo discurso. Obrigado, Luísa, pela pergunta. E dando sequência às nossas apresentações deste dia, vamos com a nossa segunda apresentação. Então, por favor, venha ao palco do Your Voice, Clara Hilário. Clara, na escuta.
Olá, está me ouvindo?
Olá, sim, estou ouvindo. A conexão também está boa. Então, Clara, quando estiver pronto, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Ok, obrigada. Hello, my name is Clara. I'm 10 years old. I study at Paulista School. I'm in year 5. And today I'm gonna talk about the climate crisis. Fires can happen in different ways. Have you ever wondered why they happen? Well, some happen because of the climate change. In Brazil, there are many fires in biomes like the Cerrado because of the dry weather. Many animals die or are seriously injured because of this. Ways to combat the fires are not using fire to clear lands or burning garbage, and disposing of garbage correctly through collection systems. I think that fires can have a huge impact on farmers, as many of their crops were burned. For me, it is one of the most important things that are happening today, and I don't agree with any of it. Thank you.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, Clara. Parabéns pelo discurso. Vamos então à nossa pergunta com a jurada Cristina Bordião.
Hi, Clara.
Hello.
Thank you for your speech. And I'd like to ask you, what solution do you propose? Fires for you are bad. What is a good solution for farmers?
I think we can reuse and recycle things. It's very important for the environment.
Very good. Thank you so much, Clara.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Clara. Obrigado, Cris, pela pergunta. E dando sequência à nossa terceira candidata da categoria 1, gostaria de chamar ao palco da Your Voice Estela Alvino Araújo.
Hi.
Olá, Estela. Tudo bem?
Tudo ótimo, e com você?
Tudo tranquilo. Estela, estou ouvindo você bem, conexão também, tudo certo. Então, respira fundo e quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Hi, I'm talking about things I like to do to help the environment and what I do. First, I'll tell the things I do day by day to help it. In my bedroom, I use LED lamps because they consume less energy. I take fast showers not to use lots of water and energy. I separate organic garbage from the recycle to produce negative impact in our loved planet. Now, I'll tell the things I'd like to do to help the world to become a better place. I'd like to collect garbage from the streets because it can cause accidents and harm the environment. Anyways, I'd like to plant some trees to produce more oxygen and cool down our planet. I hope in a new future, Earth and climate would be better to become a better, more comfortable place for all of us. See you!
Muito obrigado, Estela, pelo discurso. Vamos então com a pergunta de nossa jurada, Luísa.
Good morning, Stella.
Good morning.
You mentioned many things that you already do and some things that you want to do to help the environment.
Yes.
Do you try to convince your friends and family to help too?
Yes, I do.
How?
Nice.
Saying them that helping the environment will cool down our planet and will be better for all of us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
You're welcome.
Muito obrigado, Luísa. Obrigado, Estela. Vamos então à nossa quarta candidata da categoria 1. Então, vem ao palco do Your Voice, Ana Lia de Barros. Ana, está me ouvindo?
Oi.
Oi, Ana, bom dia. Então, Ana,
Bom dia.
se estiver pronta, pode começar o seu discurso. Conexão tranquila, estou ouvindo você bem também, tá? Então, fique à vontade e boa sorte.
Hi guys, my name is Ana Lia. I'm 11 years old and today I'm going to talk about melting glaciers. Melting glaciers are caused by global warming, but how is global warming caused? The production of goods and the use of transportation are things that contribute to global warming because these examples emit pollutants, which when burned go into the atmosphere, increasing the greenhouse effect, and this is global warming. The temperature rises and the glaciers melt. So let's use more electric cars, bikes, and public vehicles like buses to avoid effects. My presentation has come to an end. Thank you for listening.
Muito obrigado, Ana, pelo discurso. Vamos então com a pergunta de nossa jurada Cris Bordian.
Hi, Analia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your speech. My question is, what do you do to help confront global warming?
So I use bikes because if I use like cars in normal day like that, I can help for global warming, and I don't want this to help the global warming.
Thank you so much, Analia.
Thank you too.
Muito obrigado, Cris. Obrigado, Ana. Chat bombando aí com a torcida. Quero todo mundo aí torcendo bastante pelos nossos candidatos. Hoje, competição de altíssimo nível. Ainda bem que eu não sou jurado aí, porque vai ser difícil hoje, hein? E também ainda temos mais candidatos, viu? Vamos ao nosso quarto candidato, que agora gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Miguel Barbeiro. Miguel, está por aí?
Yes.
Sim, então, Miguel, estou ouvindo você bem. Quando estiver pronto, respira fundo e boa sorte. Bom discurso.
Okay. Hello, my name is Miguel, and today I'm going to talk about global warming. This is a natural phenomenon in which the planet heats up. But you may ask yourself, what do I have with it? Everything! Over the years, planet Earth has warmed by about 1 degree. One of the causes of global warming is the methane gas, which can come from waste that we dispose incorrectly. So, how can we reduce this? Living a more ecological life. A new study shows that the stuff we consume is responsible for up to 60% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. We need to reduce the purchase of many products that will be taken to landfills and, when decomposed, will turn into methane gas. And we need to stop consuming so many products from the earth as they could run out. So, if we stop consuming like crazy, we can stop producing a lot of methane and, consequently, reduce global warming a lot. Thanks for your attention.
Muito bem, obrigado, Miguel, pelo discurso. Vamos então com a pergunta da nossa jurada, Luísa.
Good morning, Miguel.
Good morning.
Yes, overconsumption is a problem. Do you think recycling could be a good solution?
Yes, because if we recycle a lot of materials that will be taken to the nature and they decompose in a lot of time. For example, the plastic decompose on 400 years, and they can be recycled and be transformed in other materials.
That's true. Thank you, Miguel.
Muito obrigado, Luísa. Obrigado, Miguel. E agora vamos ao nosso último candidato da categoria 1, para finalizarmos esse primeiro bloco da final do Your Voice. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Arthur Lessa. Arthur, está por aí?
Estou sim. Oi, oi.
Tá, tudo bem? Estou ouvindo você bem, Arthur. Conexão boa também. Então, quando estiver pronto, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Muito obrigada. Hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk about something very important, the climate crisis. Our planet is facing big challenges, and we can be part of the solution in 4 steps. First, global warming is making our planet hotter. We can help by using clean energy like wind and solar power instead of the fuels. Second, pollution is hurting our air and water, but recycling helps keep our planet clean and healthy. Third, another issue is deforestation, but we can make the difference by planting new trees and creating green spaces. Fourth, many animals are losing their homes, and we can help by setting up parks and reserves where they can live safely. So, climate change is a big problem, but we can all be heroes in solving it. Step by step, every small action can make our planet a better place for everyone. Let's fight for nature. This is Abdullah Saprishinov, and I want to be your voice. Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Arthur, pelo seu discurso. Vamos então com a pergunta da nossa jurada, Cris Bordião.
Hi, Arthur. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for your speech. My question is, what do you do at school to help save the environment?
I do at school to save the environment. So, I recycle. I put the plastic in the plastic trash, the paper in the paper trash. I do this. And it's just it because my school don't have many things to do. And these are bad for the environment. But in my house, I do many other things. And I close the door of the refrigerator, and this helps the environment. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Arthur.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Cris. Obrigado, Arthur.
Muito
E
obrigada.
finalizamos a categoria 1 da grande final do Your Voice. Então, gostaria de parabenizar a todos os candidatos pelo discurso. As nossas juradas terão uma grande decisão para fazer, difícil, daqui para frente. Então, eu gostaria de aproveitar esse momento aqui para darmos um rápido intervalo, encerrar esse primeiro bloco do Your Voice. Então, por volta de 5, 6 minutos, a gente retoma com a transmissão, com as apresentações da categoria 2, certo? Então, podem ficar por aí, não saiam do YouTube, que já já a gente volta, pessoal. Até daqui a pouco. E voltamos para o segundo bloco da grande final do Your Voice. Agora, vamos com a categoria 2. Então, no primeiro bloco tivemos a categoria 1, seguiremos agora com a categoria 2, depois teremos mais um rápido intervalo, para aí sim irmos para a categoria 8, que é a última dessa primeira parte da grande final, pela manhã. Então, bem, pessoal, falando sobre a duração estipulada para cada discurso. Então, falando especificamente da categoria 2, nós temos uma margem de 2 minutos para cada candidato, e aquela tolerância que todas as categorias têm também se aplica aqui. Então, os discursos precisam ser feitos dentro do tempo de 1 minuto e meio até 2 minutos e meio. Sendo que a nossa timekeeper Vanessa, ela fará soar aquele sinal que vocês ouviram no primeiro bloco, quando o candidato atingir, no primeiro momento, 1 minuto e 30 de discurso, posteriormente, ao atingir 2 minutos, e por fim, caso ele atinja 2 minutos e 30. Lembrando que, caso o candidato termine o discurso antes de 1 minuto e 30 ou depois de 2 minutos e 30, ele poderá ser penalizado por isso. Então, após o término da apresentação, os candidatos responderão a 2 perguntas que serão feitas pelas nossas juradas. Então, seguindo a ordem da apresentação da categoria 2 do sorteio, vamos com o nosso primeiro candidato. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice Vinícius Cortez Sabino. Vinícius, está por aí? Hello? Fala alguma coisa, Vinícius? Deixa eu ver se eu estou escutando você bem.
Hello.
Ah, sim, agora estou ouvindo. Conexão também está boa. Então, Vinícius, quando estiver pronto, pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Hello, my name is Vinicius, and I'm here to talk about the climate crisis. I'm very glad to be here. It's an honor to be part of this final. Do you know we can't control the climate, right? Yes, but we can influence through the greenhouse effect. Do you know the greenhouse effect? It occurs when the greenhouse gases trap the sun rays into the atmosphere and the planet gets warmer. We have other consequences as well. The temperature melts the polar ice caps and the ocean level rise. Therefore, some islands may be in danger, like the Caribbean. It also puts some animals in danger too. Poor animals. So everything that comes around goes around. It means that the more the water evaporates, the stronger the storm is. And did you know that all started with the Industrial Revolution? After this period, the planet average temperature rose around 2 degrees Celsius, causing what we call the global warming. Among other causes, we can mention the agriculture and the fungi decomposition, which increases the greenhouse gases emission. So I ask you, is there a solution for global warming? That's why I'm here, trying to make the world a better place. And I'll say how we can do it. We can try switching from the use of fossil fuels such as coal, natural gas, or oil to carbon-free and renewable sources such as solar, wind, or biomass. Or even prioritizing sustainable agriculture, like the vertical one, for example. These are great ideas, but you can start by doing some simpler things, like separating organic garbage from the recyclable one, reducing the plastic objects consumption, or even saving energy by turning off lamps when you leave a room. Thank you for listening to my entire speech. I hope you can help me to make the world a better place to live. Bye.
Muito bem, parabéns, Vinícius, pelo seu discurso. Vamos então com as perguntas das nossas juradas, começando com a jurada Luísa.
Good morning, Vinícius.
Good morning.
What do you do personally in your house with your family to help fight climate crisis?
In my house, I save in energy. When I turn off a lamp, my baths are not too much long, and I recycle every type of object, such as paper, glass, or even plastic things.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Vinicius. Good morning. Thank you for your speech. My question is, how can you help other people understand the problem of climate crisis?
I help other people. In the speech, I'm talking to a lot of people that the climate crisis, it's a problem to our world. And then when everyone know it's a problem, they will try to help. And now trying to help us by doing this speech, that I can talk to much other people that the climate crisis, it's a problem.
Thank you so much, Vinicius.
Thank you. Bye.
Muito bem. Obrigado, Vinícius. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. E dando sequência às nossas apresentações do dia, gostaria de chamar a nossa segunda candidata da categoria 2. Então, por favor, venha ao palco do Your Voice, Melissa Álvares. Melissa, está por aí?
Yes, I am.
Sim, Melissa, estou ouvindo você bem, tudo certo com a conexão, então quando estiver pronta, respira fundo e pode começar o discurso. Boa sorte.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa. I am 11 years old, and I'm here. No, better. Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa. I am 11 years old, and I will start my speech by saying, the climate is crazy. First, most of you may have already noticed the frequent climate changes in your daily life. In one moment, it's cold, and another time, it's hot. Second, researchers' news show how much the planet's average temperature is increasing more and more. And then I ask myself, why? What is that? And why does this happen? Well, guys, we are in a climate crisis, which in short is a term that was created to name the global warming and its impacts, such as melting glaciers, causing the sea level rise, extreme weather events, health problems, and damage to ecosystems globally. Among all these problems, some people still ignore that our polluting actions are the main cause of the problem. When I say polluting actions, I mean actions like burning fossil fuels by industrial activities and power generation, deforestation, accumulation of garbage, among others. Okay, this is not the only cause of the crisis, although it is a main one. The problem can also be caused by natural actions, like volcanic eruptions, for example. Now, let's talk a little bit about science. These actions, both human and natural, emit a lot of greenhouse gases. I mean gases that are responsible for the greenhouse effect, such as carbon dioxide and methane. That heat the planet, increasing its average temperature. So, we all know that the problem is all there, and it is just growing. Now, what can we do? Although being a big problem, small actions can help reduce the climate crisis. Like less car usage, save water and energy, buy only what is really necessary, invest in recycling, reforestation, push the state and companies to become more efficient and resource saving, to slow down the global warming and its effects. So that was my speech. Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Melissa, pelo seu discurso. Vamos às perguntas das nossas juradas, começando com a Cris Bordignon.
Hi, Melissa. Good morning. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you.
My question for you is, do you think it is possible to revert our climate crisis in the future?
Maybe, if everybody help, maybe. But everybody needs to save water, save energy. Everybody needs to help. Everybody needs to be sustainable. So, maybe.
Very good. Thank you so much, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning, Melissa.
When you were writing your speech, is there anything you learned about climate crisis that shocked you, that had a big impact on you?
Not really. I've learned it in the school, so I know something.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Obrigado, Melissa. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. E vamos então ao nosso próximo candidato, a nossa próxima candidata. Na verdade, na terceira candidata da categoria 2. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice Sophie Grell. Sophie, está por aí?
Yes.
Estou ouvindo você bem. Então, Sophie, quando estiver pronta, respira fundo e pode começar o discurso. Boa sorte.
Hello, my name is Sophie, and every day when I go to school, I pass by a star with a sentence on the wall that says, "The future is ancestral," and I believe it's true. When we think about climate changes, most people think about global warming, but what not everyone knows is that changes on Earth are part of the natural cycle. For example, 20,000 years ago, the last ice age occurred. The world was super cold, and humans had to find a way to survive in freezing temperatures. They developed new skills, hunted big animals, and most importantly, they worked together to stay alive. When I read the book Unstoppable Us by Yuval Harari, I learned that humans have always faced big challenges. During the Ice Age, they teamed up and adapted to survive, and now we need to do the same thing, but for a warmer world. Today, our challenge is different because temperatures are rising fast, and human actions are making it happen even quicker. This can cause big problems like more heat waves, stronger storms, glaciers melting, and animals losing their homes. To protect our cities, animals, and forests, we need to learn from the past and use new technologies in smart ways. Just like our ancestors came together to survive the cold, we need to work together to handle the heat. No matter how old you are, everyone can make the difference. Doing things like planting trees, saving water, or using less electricity. Small things can make a big difference. And that's the why I believe that the future is ancestral. We need to learn from the past to build a better future. Together, we can change the world. Thank you for listening.
Muito bem, obrigado, Sophie, pelo discurso. Vamos então às perguntas das juradas, começando com a Luísa Brandão.
Good morning, Sophie.
Good morning.
Tell me, are you personally optimistic about the future of the planet?
Well, the future of the planet is not really right about what we think. So, it can happen a lot of things to the planet. Because temperatures are rising really fast, human actions are making it happen even quicker, just like as I said. But it's kind of natural, but actually it's not. So it's kind of problematic.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, Sophie. Good morning.
Hi.
Thank you for your speech. My question for you is, in your speech, you mentioned the use of new technologies in smarter ways to help confront climate crisis. Can you give me one example?
Well, we can use a lot of things, but one good example is One good example is the things that we do to plan things. The things we do to plan things is not really good, but if we use in smart ways, can help a lot of people who's hungry, but also help the planet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question.
Muito obrigado, Sophie, pelo discurso. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. Vamos com a nossa próxima candidata da categoria 2, nossa quarta candidata. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Rafaela Pigatti. Bom, a Rafaela ainda não está conosco aqui, acredito que ela tenha perdido a conexão. Então, como eu informei anteriormente, nós seguiremos com a ordem das apresentações e em breve daremos uma nova oportunidade para a Rafaela se apresentar. Bom, então vamos então à nossa próxima candidata da sequência sorteada no backstage. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Alice Carvalho Nunes. Alice?
Apareceu.
Opa, Rafaela apareceu? Rafaela, está me ouvindo?
Yes.
Sim, então, Rafaela, quando estiver pronta, respira fundo e pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Hello everyone, my name is Rafaela Pigatti Bernabé. I am 11 years old and this is my second year in Your Voice. Today, I have a mission. Talk about the echoes of climate change. So let's go. The climate change have been happening for a lot of years, but we are trying to solve them now when we have a lot of, like the melting of glaciers growing and growing. Some echoes are destructions of ecosystems, sea level rise, death of several species, increase in the planet's average temperature, and a lot more. We need to stop these echoes now because the world is dying with us. Without a healthy planet, there's no people. That's why I separated some things that we can do to stop them. Don't buy more than you need. Don't buy extremely packaged products and use renewable energy. But now we have one more problem. Some people think that these echoes are just going to start when they die, but that's so wrong because the next generations, our children, are going to try to solve problems that started a lot of years before they burn. To have an idea, according to the Journal of American Medical Association, 21,518 people have died in the last 25 years because of global warming. So now I ask you, do you want to be the next? That's my speech. Thanks for listening to me, and I hope you like it.
Muito bem, parabéns, Rafaela, pelo discurso. Vamos então às perguntas, começando com a nossa jurada, Cris Bordião.
Hi, Rafaela. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine.
Very good. Thank you so much for your speech. And my question is, how can you help other people in your family and your friends to understand the problem of climate crisis?
I think I can explain to them, saying what echoes that are the worst, like the sea level rise that worries me a lot, and explaining what we can do to stop them. And I will say another thing that is important to me. If you don't help the world to stop these echoes, we're going to die, and in next years, for example, and it's important we act fast.
Thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rafaela.
Good morning.
If you had to suggest, what's the first important step that we as individuals can take to fight climate change?
I think the first step we can do is learning about, because when we learn about this topic, we know what we can do and we know what is going to destroy our lives, and is going to worry us too. And we can tell to our friends, our family, to help them to stop these echoes too.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Rafaela, parabéns pelo discurso, obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. E agora vamos à nossa quinta candidata da categoria 2. Então, por favor, venha ao palco do Your Voice, Alice Carvalho Nunes. Alice, está me ouvindo?
Sim.
Também estou te ouvindo. Então, Alice, respira fundo, se prepare e quando estiver pronta, pode começar o discurso. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Hi, I'm Alice. I'm 12 years old. And what happened? Why? How can we stop it? These are the questions fluttering around everyone's head lately. Our environment situation is more alarming than ever. Forest fires, pollution, animal extinction are topics that make us, as a society, spiral. Humanity is worsening our planet's health a little more every day by letting smoke into the air, throwing oil and waste to rivers and oceans. But today, I am talking about the climate crisis. Suddenly, everything is burning hot or freezing cold, and that's due to a lot of factors. Events like the El Nino can drastically change the weather and affect the climate too. The greenhouse effect doesn't help either. By trapping all the heat inside, it makes Earth a little oven for everything. But don't go thinking humans aren't a part of this. Oh, no. People, as mentioned earlier, let gases and chemicals into the air, completely damaging Earth. CFC is a dangerous gas that can be found in air conditioners. Its spread on the atmosphere has made a huge hole on the ozone layer, which is very worrying since that layer protects us from the sun's ultraviolet rays. Because of that hole, global warming has been rapidly increasing, causing Earth to get even hotter, so people turn on more air conditioners, releasing more CFC into the air, making this a deadly cycle. Solving this problem will probably take decades or even centuries, but it won't be impossible if we all cooperate. Avoiding the use of electrical energy, not deforesting, not setting things on fire are just some ways that we can help. Now, after all of that was said, answer me. How much longer are we going to stand and watch as our home gets destroyed? When will we take action? Mother Earth is calling for help. When will we pick up the phone? Thank you.
Parabéns, Alice, pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos com as perguntas das nossas juradas, começando com Luísa Brandão.
Good morning, Alice.
Good morning.
In your opinion, dear, what is the most difficult part of fighting climate change?
Thank you for your question, Luisa. To me, in my eyes, the most difficult part in fighting this climate crisis that's affecting everyone, it's getting everyone to cooperate. Because some people just won't get in their heads that our planet is dying. We don't have much longer in this earth. So I think that the hardest part is just making everyone get awareness and pay attention to all the problems happening around us and help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Alice. Thank you so much for your speech. My question is, in your answer to Luisa, you mentioned that it's difficult to have people cooperate with the fight against climate crisis. Can you think of some suggestions that you and your families and your friends can do in order to help these people cooperate with this fight?
Thank you for your question, Chris. And I think that some ways that we can help, spread more awareness, it's commercials on TV, spreading posters around the city and places like that, spreading awareness on social media so that more people can care for our planet in the way that some people do.
Thank you so much, Alice.
Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Alice, obrigado às juradas. E agora vamos ao nosso último candidato da categoria 2. Então, chamo ao palco do Your Voice neste momento, Davi Fernandes Magacho. Davi, está me ouvindo?
Hello.
Hello, Davi. Então, Davi, quando estiver pronto, pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Thanks. The climate crisis during these last decades has been increasing, and it is calling for immediate action. There are places with too much rain, causing devastating floods. Remember what happened at Rio Grande do Sul? Fires and droughts can be seen near the city I live in, and many other disasters all over the world are happening every day, like melting of the polar ice in Antarctica. Beyond the consequences of the climate crisis and the environmental impact, the economies of many countries are suffering losses with disaster recovery. In health areas, the changing climate contributes to spreading diseases, most related to the quality of the air. We know how to interrupt that, and we can start by stopping elimination of CO2 in the atmosphere. Doing that the temperature will stop increasing. We need to encourage renewable energy like wind and solar ones. It's hard, but it's possible. With investments and sustainable practices, we can reduce the harms. The scientists are working on inventions to exclude bad gases from the atmosphere. In conclusion, we can stop the climate crisis by doing our part. It's a big challenge, but by working as a team and making responsible choices, we can save Earth for future generations. Our planet is calling, and the time to act is now!
Muito bem, parabéns pelo discurso, Davi. Vamos então agora às perguntas sobre o seu discurso, começando com a nossa jurada, Cris Bordinhão.
Hi, Davi. Good morning. Thank you so much for your speech. My question for you is, what can you do in your city to start this change in order to have change in all the country and the world?
Great question, and I think we could create more NOGs that the government could give more advice, could explain it to everyone in the city, to everyone in the country, to everyone in the whole wide world. So, yeah, that's a way we could do it. The governments could help us.
Thank you so much, Davi.
Good morning, Davi.
Good morning.
In your speech, you said emphatically that it's hard, but it's possible to reverse the changes. What gives you hope about the future, Davi?
Great question, and it gives me hope because if I help and other people help, it will expand. Many people will start helping, and we could do not use cars a lot. We could reduce the use of fossil fuels. We could reuse energy and water. We could recycle. There are many things we could do that if we do, it gives us hope to the future.
That is true. Thank you, Davi.
Muito bem, Davi. Parabéns pelo discurso. Obrigado às juradas também. E, bom, finalizamos as apresentações da categoria 2. Então, parabéns a todos os candidatos pelos discursos. Competição de altíssimo nível hoje aqui. Não é à toa que é a grande final da competição. Então, finalizamos agora o segundo bloco deste dia. Então, novamente, vamos fazer aquele rápido intervalo para as nossas juradas organizarem as anotações e dentro de 5 minutos a gente volta com o terceiro bloco e as apresentações da categoria 8. Então, fiquem aí ligados, não desliguem do YouTube, que já já a gente volta. Até daqui a pouco, pessoal! E voltamos com o terceiro e último bloco desta grande final do Your Voice. Agora vamos com a categoria 8. E somente ao término das apresentações da categoria 8, o nosso júri sairá para a deliberação e retornará com o resultado das 3 categorias de uma só vez, ok? Então fiquem por aí que ainda tem mais. Bom, a categoria 8 é um pouquinho diferente das demais, porque ela é uma etapa preparatória para quem quiser participar em 2025 do maior concurso de discursos do mundo, da ESU, International Public Speaking Competition, uma competição internacional que reúne jovens de 16 a 20 anos com nível avançado de inglês, de mais de 50 países. Uma experiência de intercâmbio cultural sem igual. E tendo isso em mente, aplicamos aqui no Your Voice, para esta categoria, as mesmas regras aplicadas lá na competição internacional. Então, a duração estipulada para os discursos da categoria 8 é de 5 minutos para cada candidato. Levando em consideração também que temos uma margem de tolerância, assim como todas as categorias. Então, o candidato precisa fazer um discurso que dure entre 4 minutos e 30 segundos, 5 minutos e 30 segundos. E a nossa timekeeper, Vanessa, fará soar aquele sinal que vocês ouviram nas outras categorias. No primeiro momento, quando o candidato atingir 4 minutos e 30. No segundo momento, quando ele atingir 5 minutos. E, por fim, caso ele atinja 5 minutos e 30 de discurso. Lembrando que o candidato que terminar o discurso antes de 4 minutos e 30 ou após 5 minutos e 30 poderá ser penalizado. Após o término da apresentação, teremos também as perguntas e os candidatos da categoria 8 responderão a 2 perguntas. As perguntas podem ser feitas tanto pelo nosso júri quanto pelos outros candidatos da categoria 8, presentes aqui na sala no backstage. Então, você, candidato da categoria 8, que quiser fazer alguma pergunta para outro que esteja se apresentando, basta sinalizar aqui no chat da nossa plataforma virtual, que eu chamo vocês na sequência, tá? A primeira pergunta será das nossas juradas e a segunda eu abro para que vocês possam fazer a pergunta, ok? Então, seguimos assim com a categoria 8 e, assim como as outras, fizemos o sorteio previamente da ordem das apresentações. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice a nossa primeira candidata da categoria 8. Então, vem ao palco do Your Voice, Natália Hadjit. Natália, está por aí?
Hi, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Sim, estou vendo, estou ouvindo. Então, Natália, respira fundo e quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Thank you. Have any of you looked up at the sky lately and see the sun brighter than usual and with a reddish tinge? This is the result of the presence of particles in the atmosphere, such as dust, smoke, and pollutions, which can disperse and filter light, intensifying the orange and the reddish tones of the sky. What you see is not just a natural phenomenon, it's a warning sign, because this pollution is being caused by humans and their actions, so it's our fault. Pollution isn't just dirtying our skies, it's also driven long-term transformations in temperature and weather. These changes bring intensive droughts, rising sea levels, catastrophic storms, and a decline in biodiversity, threatening food cultivation, safety, and health. With global warming predicted to reach 3.2 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, the risk of global hunger increases. The film 2012, the year most people believed the world would end, shows that the strong emission of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, added to countless other factors, generated an imbalance in the Earth's core. And, as a consequence, natural disasters and events like tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, and earthquakes begin to destroy the world as we know it, and many people die in the process. Unlike the fictional disasters portrayed by the film, some natural aspects highlight climate change. Among them, records of ice cores that, extracted from polar caps and glaciers, provide detailed information about the Earth's climate over the last 800,000 years. Ocean sediments, which have layers that record past climate change and help identify patterns of warming and cooling through water salt and temperature. and for the last 3 rings, because as wider rings indicate years of habitable conditions, while tiny rings indicate periods of environmental stress, such as drought or extreme temperatures. In recent centuries, humans' activities, such as the burning of fossil fuels and deforestation, have accelerated global warming, becoming one of the main causes of current climate change. But who is the most harmed? Who feels the global crisis on their skin? As humans' activities intensify the climate crisis, the impacts are not felt equally. Vulnerable regions such as developing countries, coastal areas, islands, and arid areas are places where populations are more affected. Low-income communities, which depend directly on natural resources for their subsistence, face greater difficulty adapting to extreme climate events, such as droughts, floods, and rising sea levels. Furthermore, groups such as children, the elderly, and indigenous populations who have less access to resources are amongst the most impacted by the effects of climate change. Not to mention the animals that suffer from the change in their natural habitat. The crisis is overwhelmingly supported by scientific consensus. So 99.9% of scientists agree that the climate crisis is caused by humans. We know that about 86% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions come from burning fossil fuels to produce energy and materials. The industrial sector represents 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and 7.56 trillion tons of ice from glaciers were melted between 1992 and 2020, with the peak occurring in 2019 and with a loss of 612 billion tons of ice, driven by a heat wave in the Arctic. In addition, the alienation of the state and society that everything is fine are factors that will only further harm the attempt to improve the conditions of our planet. But not all is lost. There are many agreements and projects to be made regarding climate change, including one of the topics of discussions at the UN. But change cannot be started if people do not understand the reason for the change itself. Why worry so much about the dusk in the air, the red color of the sun, the melting of glaciers, the rising sea levels, and the temperature of the earth? Because this is our planet. And if we don't start taking care of what is ours now, we have nothing left to take care of. Thank you.
Muito bem, parabéns pelo discurso, Natália. Vamos então agora com as perguntas, começando pela jurada Luísa Brandão.
Good morning, Natalia. Thank you for your speech. To your mind, dear, who holds the most responsibility for the climate crisis we are facing? People, business, or governments? And why?
Well, I think everything is connected because everything starts what people are doing and what they accept. For example, companies usually made the pollution worse, and government actually don't do so much about it because it's too expensive, and they are the great help we can get, but it's too expensive, and actually it's not on their interest until now, because I believe now every government and every country is trying to make their planet a better place because they know in the future it might not exist anymore. But everything starts with the people. So how they react, how they act, and if they accept what the companies are doing or not. And the people are in the government and the companies are humans, are people actually. So I believe that everything starts with them and gets worse when we are going to a high level. For example, the companies and the government.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Muito bem, obrigado, Luísa, pela pergunta. Lembrando que os candidatos da categoria 8 podem fazer perguntas entre si. Então, caso queiram fazer perguntas, podem sinalizar aqui no chat interno, ok? Então, para a segunda pergunta, gostaria de chamar a jurada Cris Bordião. Cris?
Hi, Natalia. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned a lot of different things regarding the climate change and the greenhouse effect and pollution, and your answer to Luisa regarding government, businesses, and people. And my question to you is, how important are the voices of young people in fighting this issue?
I believe the young people should really fight for this cause. And I remember one time when I became a teacher for one day, and I teach to the kids about the environment. And it's really amazing to teach them because they have a view that adults usually don't have. So they really care about our planet. They really care about saving the animals and saving the environment and saving people around them. They want a better place for them to grow up. So I believe it's really important for them to have a voice in this, and they do projects and search just because they have this that we don't have. They think about everything that is happening around us, and they have a different feeling, I believe. So it's really important, especially to them, because they are our future generation. So the planet in a few years, it's going to be in their hands. So I believe it's really important.
Thank you so much for your answer, Natália.
Thank you for your question.
Muito bem, obrigado, Natália, pelo discurso, obrigado às juradas. E agora vamos dar sequência às apresentações da categoria 8, continuando com a segunda candidata. Gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Júlia Lucena. Júlia, está me ouvindo?
Yes, thank you.
Oi, Júlia, estou ouvindo você bem? Tudo certo com a conexão, áudio também. Então, quando estiver pronta, respira fundo e pode começar o discurso. Vamos lá.
You. Can you hear the cry? I'm sure you can. And it's getting louder and louder. If we look at our planet's temperature, it will tell us that the Earth has a fever. And it's sick, just like anyone who's sick. But are we listening to this pain? In a speech, Pope Francis used an unusual conception to catch people's attention on the environmental catastrophes and its victims. The concept, which is known as the cry of the earth, reflects the urgency of our planet's sickness. The one sickness that was first and foremost meticulously architected by its own inhabitants, the human species. How would you feel if all of a sudden someone from your own family pulled a hammer and started breaking your house's wall? Well, that's exactly what we have been doing for centuries, destroying our one and only home. Whole neighborhoods are submerged in floods. Families' entirely histories are being burned in wildfires. And as I see this, my hope slowly vanishes and fear grows as a threatening future is coming across us. The consumerist society leads us to see Earth as the source of all power and profits, as if it was any piece of dry land which was exclusively there for us to exploit. But back in 1854, Chief Seattle, a Suquamish chief, wrote a letter destined to Washington in order to refuse proposals to buy his tribe's land. In the letter, which is known as one of the biggest manifestos for the environment, he wonders, how can you buy or sell the sky, the earth, if we do not own the freshness of the air and the sparkle of water? How can you buy them? But as we bought and sold the lands of the ones who believed, saw, and felt Earth as an equal living being, our ambitions became the main destroyer of other species. On the other hand, the further you are from a problem, the further you'll be from solving it. And well, it's pretty clear that the main solutions of this mess that we got our planet in are way too distant to actually happen. The ones who got the real power to change things won't get out of their bubble and opt saving the world over getting money. The big industries couldn't care less about their environmental impact as long as they're making a profit. But the point is, if we want to change something, we must firstly identify the culprits of this destruction. And then, once we've done it, we change the way on how they have impact on us. So, first step, conscious consumption. Researchers say that the actual amount of clothes that we have on Earth are enough to supply the next 5 generations of human beings. For one pair of jeans, 11,000 liters of water are needed. Have you ever heard about underconsumption core? Well, it's simple. If you can still use it, you don't need to buy another one. And if it's not over yet, you don't need to replace it by something that is just like it. So when you're shopping, just keep these 2 principles in mind and you'll be on the right path. Second step, attention to what you're eating for dinner. Are you aware of the amount of earth poisoning, animal mistreating, and wildfires that agribusiness put into producing the meat and vegetables that you eat? Open your eyes to question what the food market's selling you. Support small producers who respect earth and animals on their production cycle. And third step, keep observing. Look around and question what's surrounding you. Do not let yourself be influenced by the environment to unconscious governments and industries. Make your choices and engage your community. Don't go by a path of becoming an actor on this destruction. And well, even though some might say that it is already too late to change things, we must remember that hope is like the sun. If you only believe in it, when you can see it, you will never make it through the night. Thanks for the attention.
Muito bem, Júlia, parabéns pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a primeira pergunta da jurada Cris Bordião.
Hi, Julia. Thank you so much for your speech.
You're welcome.
And you are quite optimistic in your speech. You mentioned a lot of practical tips for us to put into practice in order to with our. Are you okay?
Okay.
Okay.
It
I'm sorry.
little, but that's okay.
That's okay. When you mentioned those little things that we can do at home, I'd like to ask you, well, what do you think big companies can do in order to also help with climate change?
Thanks for the question. I think that when we look forward to all the big culprits of everything that is happening, we must actually look at the big companies, everyone that has the real power, not just the companies, but the governments and the leaders. Well, I think that the first thing is have the conscious that when they're producing, even though like the food market or the clothes market, when they're producing something, instead of just getting their profits, they are impacting on everyone. I think that the main problem is that when they're getting their profits, when they're getting money, they are getting everything, they don't look forward, they don't look at what's up, they don't look where the clothing that they're producing goes, but as we buy and everything, that's the impact. So I think that's the first step, get the conscious, and then looking for the actual steps. I think that they should actually reduce all the emballage of the products, because the first steps, like we buy everything upon their looks, so companies get a lot of money on how the products look, and that's the real waste. And also I think get a bit of a social conscious, because there's no climate changes and no climate justice without social justice, and the big ones with the big power should really care about this. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Julia.
Ótimo, obrigado, Cris, pela pergunta. Vamos então com a segunda pergunta com a jurada Luísa Brandão.
Good morning, Julia. Thank you for your speech. So you mentioned different cultures and you mentioned indigenous people and their part in fighting climate crisis. Why do you think some countries are more open to the discussion, as we have seen in the discussions in G20? Why do you think some countries more open to the discussion of climate crisis, and some countries seem to be a little more reluctant to face their part and take their part in this change?
Thanks for the question. I think it's all due to ignorance. I think when a country has a market and an economy that turns around deforestation and profits around everything that's polluting Earth and has something to do with climate changes, they won't even try to make a change. So I think that, like, just as not just the US or the big economies, I think every country nowadays have a whole culture of exploration of Earth and everything. So I think when someone is making a profit out of it, and they know that if something changed, they will lose something, they start with the ignorance of saying, no, there's no problem. We don't need to solve anything. We are lucrative with, we're getting a profit, so we don't need to change anything. And that's the big loss, because everyone in this country, everyone in this world is every time suffering more and more because changes are not made by the governments who has the real power. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you for the answer.
Muito obrigado, Júlia. Parabéns pelo discurso. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. E dando sequência com a categoria 8, chamo ao palco do Your Voice a terceira candidata da nossa grande final. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice Thaís Borges. Thaís, está me ouvindo?
Hello!
Hello! Thaís, estou ouvindo você. Conexão também está boa. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte!
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. Let me guide you through a crucial conversation about our future. A future where economic growth and environmental protection can coexist, not conflict. This isn't just a challenge for governments or corporations. It's a challenge for all of us. Our starting point is right here in Brazil, a nation with extraordinary natural resources and a constitution that provides both guidance and responsibility. Our constitution reminds us of protecting our environment is not just a duty for individuals, but a collective mission. But at the same time, it encourages us to pursue economic prosperity. But here lies the question we must confront. Can we thrive economically without compromising the natural world we depend on for survival? To answer this, I want you to imagine a balanced scale. On one side is economic growth, the creation of jobs, innovations, and opportunities to improve life. On the other side of the balance is natural, our forests, our rivers, our ecosystems, all essential for life to flourish. What happens if one side gets too heavy? We already see the consequences. Floods, deforestation, displacing families, heat waves threatening agriculture, and wildfires destroying habitats. These are warning signs that the scales are tipping too far. Looking back, history teaches us valuable lessons. The Industrial Revolution transformed societies, bringing technological advancements and economic prosperity. But it also left scars, pollution, deforestation, and damaged ecosystems that we still struggle to heal today. It's clear that prioritizing unchecked growth over sustainability is not a path we can afford to follow any longer. This brings us to sustainability, a concept introduced on the global stage during the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. Sustainability asks us to think differently, to redefine success. It challenges us to meet our needs today without robbing future generations of the chance to meet theirs. It's about more than preserving resources. It's about leaving a legacy of balance, resilience, and hope. Now, how do we move from understanding this idea to putting it into practice? This is where each of us must step up as leaders. As consumers, we hold significant power. Every purchase we make sends a message, a vote for the kind of world we want. When we choose products and companies that prioritize sustainability, we contribute to shifting the market. We tell companies, corporations, what we want for our future. Businesses like Patagonia and Unilever are listening and taking action because they see the growing demand for environmentally responsible practices. But individual choices, while powerful, are not enough. We need the foundation of strong, visionary public policies to guide society. Take reverse logistics in Brazil, for example, a system designed to reduce the environmental impact of waste. It's also essential to recognize that environmental challenges don't stop at national borders. Climate change, pollution, and deforestation are global issues that require cooperation and shared solutions. This is what I mean by echoes of change. The challenges are immense, but so is our ability to rise them. Together, we can create a world where economic progress and environmental preservation are not at odds, but in harmony. That's it. Thank you.
Muito bem, Thaís. Parabéns pelo discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a jurada Luísa Brandão.
Good morning, Thais. Thank you for your speech. As you said, the challenges we face are enormous. In your opinion, what role do you think social media and influencers can play in raising awareness and encouraging action to fight the climate crisis?
Today, I think in social media and Instagram and TikTok, I think people is like more consumism. Do you know? Like they are in a wave that is not cool. They want to buy more. They are influencing people to buy more things, buy what you don't need. And that's a very problematic thing of our society. So I think that influencers, like big influencers, can start campaigns to protect our environment, something that is really important for our future generations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Muito obrigado, Luísa. Vamos à segunda pergunta com a jurada Cris Bordignon.
Hi, Thais. Thank you so much for your speech. My question is on the opposite side of Luisa's. Usually when we think about these changes and facing climate crisis, we think about the younger generations. We have been discussing this, whereas the older generations, they sometimes don't seem to care. How can we, as the young generation, can raise awareness of this issue and help the older generations to join us in this fight?
Oh, that's a hard question, but I think today we have so much power in our hands. I think us as a younger generation, us with the power of social media, us with the power of like our technology, we can improve so much in older generations. I think us as daughters, as sons, as siblings, as this, we can help our family, we can help people in the street to think better. I think it's on our day-to-day, it's on the choices we make, it's on the message we want to spread.
Thank you so much, Thais.
You're welcome.
Ótimo, obrigado às juradas, obrigado, Thaís, pelo seu discurso. E dando sequência às nossas apresentações, vamos então com o nosso próximo candidato. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Tiago Andrade.
Hello.
Tiago, está me ouvindo? Hello. Está ouvindo? Estou ouvindo você também. Então, quando estiver pronto, pode começar. Boa sorte.
We are the first generation to feel the impacts of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it. This quote is too thought-provoking to be mine. It was said by the ex-president of USA, Barack Obama. Anyway, it's completely true. We really are the first human beings in history who are seeing and feeling the impacts of climate change. Some years ago, during the 80s and 90s, this was considered only a utopian and somehow a political topic. Everyone used to say, that's never gonna happen. Something like that is hilarious. However, there are more and more boiling hot days all around the planet, and there are many factors which can spoil this natural stability. Let's begin with deforestation. You know, that friendly activity where we chop down entire forests just to create some farmland. Not only are we waving goodbye to beautiful trees and adorable creatures, but we're also saying, hello carbon emissions, long time no see. Add in the cattle that graze on these new pastures, happily emitting methane, and you've got yourself the perfect recipe for global warming. In addition, there's the fossil fuel party. Burning coal and petroleum to keep the lights on and charge a phone still generates most of the world's electricity. But here's the unreal. According to the United Nations, only about 25% of electricity worldwide comes from renewable sources, such as wind, solar energy, and other, as I call them, eco-friendly superstars. So while the planet heats up, renewable energy is still out there yelling at us, saying, hey, I'll just be here if you need me. Now you might be thinking, who pays all this price? Apparently everybody. Although developing countries and low-income communities are much more impacted. But how? Here's the true reality. Poor nations just don't have infrastructure. Things like flood barriers, advanced healthcare, and emergency systems that wealthier countries have and can use when the climate hits hard. Why? Let's be real. Centuries of European imperialism in Asia and Africa played a prominent role in this. Back in the days of the Industrial Revolution, their resources were stolen, right? Promoting Europe's growth while leaving these nations struggling to catch up. Bringing it closer to people, low-income communities in general are even more exposed. Without any political power or strong representation given to them, their voices just don't get heard, and too often their needs are ignored. It's like if a blind eye turned to them, you know. Now you might be asking another question in your mind. So what can be done to help them? I'm not here to give you tips on how we citizens can confront climate crisis. Why? We already know them, right? Making sustainable choices, like reducing, refusing, for instance, we have learned all of these at school. And I assume that all of you have been doing your sustainable chores, okay? By the way, let's talk about something that sounds like all corporate, but is actually pretty cool to help the planet. The corporate social responsibility, or called CSR. Imagine a world where companies make money and help the planet. Crazy, right? CSR is about businesses doing good things for people and for the environment, and not just thinking about their profits. This idea was thought in four main pillars: environmental responsibility, ethical practices, giving back to communities, the one we call the philanthropic one, and financial sustainability. Finally, since this idea of CSR is kind of recent, I have one last question for you. Do you think it will really work and benefit all of us? Reflect on this. Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Tiago, pelo seu discurso, parabéns. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a jurada Cris Bordignon.
Hi, Tiago. Thank you so much for your speech. And I'd like to ask you the question that you asked at the end of your speech. Do you think that it's going to be, we are going to have a nice outcome out of this if we do join forces and fight?
So I would say that it might happen, but there are many obstacles that we need to confront. Like somehow the company owners, they usually don't like to spend their money without getting more money out of it, like profits. So depending of social awareness to promote this idea, maybe would happen, but I'm not so confident that many companies will promote this idea in their companies.
Okay, thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, Cris. Vamos à segunda pergunta com a jurada Luísa Brandão.
Good morning, Tiago. Thank you so
morning.
much for your speech. We're here today discussing climate crisis. There is a big world event also happening in Rio de Janeiro concerning climate crisis. But we know that there are some people who are still skeptical on the effects of this big crisis that we're facing. How would you respond to climate deniers who question the urgency of the crisis we are facing?
As well as I'm concerned, scientific data, they usually can make a point and help them to understand what is happening nowadays, right? But since they are like skeptical and do not believe so much in these data, I think that we should show to them like the places, people, like bringing them experiences of people who faced some natural catastrophes, so then they will see that's not only like numbers, they will really see it through people talking about it and people who lived these situations.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Obrigado, Lu. Muito obrigado, Tiago, pelo discurso. E agora vamos ao nosso próximo candidato. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, nosso quinto candidato da categoria 8, Arthur Takata. Arthur, está me ouvindo?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sim, estou ouvindo. A conexão está boa também. Então, Arthur, quando estiver pronto, respira fundo e pode começar. Boa sorte.
So, hello, my name is Arthur Takata, and I'm currently a student at Cultura Inglesa in Vila Mariana. This year is set to be the hottest of the century, with floods highlighting the growing of the climate crisis, and the United Nations reaching agreement to halt the global deforestation. Those are just some of the headlines that constantly remind us of the urgent environmental challenges we face, and reflecting our concern about the future of our planet, our communities, and the well-being of those we love. When discussing the causes of climate change, greenhouse gas emissions are often highlighted as a major factor. However, attributing such a complex issue to just one cause would be an oversimplification. In reality, these emissions stem from a combination of human activities. Deforestation, for example, reduces the number of trees that naturally absorb carbon dioxide, while manufacturing and industrial process release harmful chemicals into the atmosphere. Additionally, agricultural practices contribute to the problem with livestock emitting methane and the use of fertilizers releasing nitrous oxide. Together, these factors lead to a series of consequences. Extreme weather events, such as heavy rainfall and hurricane impose severe risk to both human life and also the natural ecosystem. The health risk cannot be ignored, with respiratory issues on the rise due to air pollution and diseases spreading as the spreading of climate shift disrupt natural habitats. Furthermore, the economic impacts cannot be ignored, with climate change causing damage to property and infrastructure, increasing insurance costs and reducing productivity across various sectors. While the crisis is undeniably severe, there is still hope. Recent advances in science have introduced powerful tools that can help us mitigate this problem. Carbon capture and storage, for example, allow us to trap carbon dioxide emissions from industrial sources and store them underground, preventing their release into the atmosphere. Renewable energy is not only become a more cleaner alternative, but also a more cost-effective one compared to the fossil fuels. Even artificial intelligence is playing a key role by helping us to monitor environmental conditions and optimize energy use. Despite these advances, there are several challenges that remain on our path to a more sustainable future. Financial barriers represent a major hurdle, as the high cost of developing and deploying new technologies can limit progress, especially in undeveloped countries where resources are scarce. For instance, providing subsidies. Moreover, many low-income communities lack access to modern technology, highlighting the issue of technological accessibility. Another obstacle is the public acceptance and awareness. Convincing people to support new technologies and projects needs essential and effective communication and education. Nonetheless, there are solutions that can help us make the transition to a more sustainable world and a more inclusive one. By developing inclusive policy frameworks to marginalized communities that can benefit from technological sustainability is one such approach. For instance, providing low-income households to adopt renewable energy can make the transition fairer. Additionally, investing in education and training programs can help workers shift from industrial and traditional industries to green jobs, making the economic shift smoother. Finally, but not least, public and private partnerships between governments and companies can also drive innovation and investments in sustainable technologies, providing benefits that are widely distributed. In conclusion, while humanity faces a long journey ahead on addressing the climate change, there is still hope. We must not only address the root cause of the problem, but also open pathways to more sustainable and inclusive solutions for all. By working together, we can create a better and sustainable world for the generations to come. Thank you.
Ótimo, Arthur, muito obrigado pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a jurada Luísa Brandão.
Good morning, Arthur. Thank you so much for your speech. So, Arthur, if you could urge the world leaders to do one thing, what would it be?
Well, as I have mentioned during my speech, and I really emphasize this aspect, is the problem of making workers adapt to this new context. It is the climate change. So if we want to have this economic transition in a smoother way, we must adapt these workers to also adapt to these new kinds of technologies and new projects of sustainability. That means that to avoid the same consequences of the Industrial Revolution or the technological evolution, when workers were introduced to computers but were incapable of developing the skills to use those tools and were consequently affected by these transitions. So we must emphasize the investments on the transition of these workers to green jobs to more sustainable ones.
Thank you very much, Arthur.
Muito obrigado, Luísa. Vamos agora à segunda pergunta. Lembrando que os candidatos da categoria 8 podem fazer perguntas entre si. Então, caso algum candidato queira fazer alguma pergunta para outro candidato que esteja realizando a apresentação, basta sinalizar no chat interno aqui, ok? Bom, então vamos à segunda pergunta com Cris Bordião. Cris, com você.
Hi, Arthur. Thank you so much for your speech. And I found it really interesting that you mentioned a lot the marginalized communities that sometimes, due to many other things, they are not aware or they don't even have the chance to help with the environment. And when we think about Brazil, we think about the two greatest megalopolis that we have in Rio de Janeiro and in São Paulo, with this huge inequality on the streets. What can be done in order to first tackle the issue of the climate crisis, especially in these two cities, and especially in São Paulo, which is where you live? And second, how can we make these people also more aware of this issue?
Well, I think we can actually tackle both of the problems. I was actually researching about a project developed here in Brazil by a guy from Minas Gerais. I think his name is Alfredo Moraes, something like that. That he developed water bottles that can be introduced as lamps and lights in their houses. So people who do not have access to electrical lights, for example, can benefit from those for this invention. So we're actually tackling both problems. We are making people aware of the problem, and we're making like people reuse and recycle plastic bottles, but also help them to have light in their house to do things and study. For example, during the night, they can expand their period of work. They can enjoy more time at night, and so on.
Thank you so much, Arthur.
Muito obrigado, Arthur. Obrigado, Cris, pela pergunta. E agora vamos à nossa última candidata da categoria 8. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Helena May. Helena, está por aí?
Oi, eu tô sim.
Oi, Helena, estou ouvindo você. Conexão também, tudo tranquilo. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar o discurso. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here once again. I am Helena May. I am from Cultura Indaiatuba, and I'm here to talk about the climate crisis as well as everyone. When I was younger, I used to watch the movie WALL-E a lot. The almost dreamy visuals, his adorable pet cockroach, the funny technology-addicted people, and his sad little eyes captivated my attention as such a beautiful movie about robots and love. Growing up, I now realize that the context in which the piece takes place is just as important as the love story between the two characters, and as time passes, I fear more and more for how accurate this 2008 Disney animation becomes. Climate crisis is a complex and very real thing, so let's start from the beginning. Doing a quick search, it is easy to find that Google defines it as the term that describes global warming and its impacts, followed by a number of possibilities of how we can fight it and what can it do to contribute to help the environment. But can you? Industry shows that while 85% of the world's carbon dioxide emitters are themselves transports and power generators, only 6% of them are residential users, meaning us. Every year, the temperature rises approximately 0.18 degrees Celsius. Every year, a new campaign appears claiming we need to take shorter showers, recycle, and avoid using electricity when it's sunny outside. And every year, we follow these instructions, feeling good about how much we help to save the environment. And yet, at the same time, a multinational company produces as much pollution as it will ever produce in a lifetime. Talking about the climate crisis is more than just talking about doing your part and expecting everyone else to make a difference. It is understanding why it is happening, to know what we can really do to stop it from the root of the problem, not from its leaves. Going back in time, the evolution of the human being has been marked with the discovery of new technology. Technology that helped us to improve the way of life and of view of the world around us. Technology that helped us to survive with more practicality and comfort, but everything comes with a price. And this technology had to come from somewhere, and the need to live with the best kind of lifestyle influenced the need to produce. Our economic model encourages a cycle of production and consumption that depletes resources and generates pollution at an unsustainable rate. Instead of prioritizing sustainability and equity, capitalism prioritizes profit above all, and that's what we need to fight. Greta Thunberg once said, "The climate crisis is both the easiest and the hardest issue we have ever faced. The easiest because we know what we must do. We must stop the emission of greenhouse gases. The hardest because our current economics are still totally dependent on burning fossil fuels and thereby destroying ecosystems in order to create everlasting economic growth." But acknowledging capitalism's role in the climate crisis is not about assigning blame or disparaging the concept of markets and entrepreneurship. It is a call to rethink and reshape our economic systems. We must consider how we can transition to models that prioritize long-term well-being over short-term profits. The climate crisis is a profound challenge that necessitates a critical examination of the systems driving it. Capitalism, in its current form, is a key factor of this crisis. However, by confronting these truths and working towards systematic change, we have the power to forge a new path, a path where economic activity and environmental stewardship are not at odds, but are mutually reinforcing. Our generation is dealing with the consequences of the actions of other generations before us. It is up to us to correct the mistakes they made, not regarding the past, but looking up for the future. A future for our older selves, a future for the next generations. Together, we can build a future where prosperity and equity go hand in hand. Together, we can beat the difference. Thank you so much.
Muito bem, Helena, parabéns pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a jurada Cris Bordignon.
Hi, Helena. Good morning. Thank you so much for your speech. And I love how you brought different waves from pessimism into an ending that is a bit optimistic. And you mentioned a lot the use of technology. That technology might have been used nowadays only for selfish reasons and for profit reasons. Do you think it is possible for us in the short term to think about technologies that are here for equity and sustainability?
I believe short term is a small piece of time to do this big change, because as I said, we use a lot of technology for the purpose of doing the wrong thing and creating pollution and and just using as a bad thing. So I believe that in short term, I don't think that technology could be used for the good and beneficial purposes, like raising awareness. I believe that technology is going to be good for us to raise awareness and for lots of people because of its range. But I believe that not short term. I think it is a slow and usage process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helena.
Muito obrigado, Cris, pela pergunta. Vamos à segunda pergunta com o candidato da categoria 8, Arthur Takata. Arthur?
Hi. Do you believe a closer approach on the habitats of normal people is more effective than advocating for big companies to be more sustainable?
I believe that it has the same weight in a scale. For example, if we don't tackle problems with the people, with minorities, as you said in your speech, I believe that there is no way of changing what industries are making, and we have to do it with the people to change the industry. So I believe it is a mutual call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Arthur, pela pergunta. Obrigado e parabéns pelo discurso, Helena. E, bom, agora finalizamos os discursos da categoria 8. Né? Então, encerrando aqui essa leva de apresentações. Parabéns a todos que se apresentaram até aqui, né? Não é fácil falar em público, ainda mais por tanto tempo assim, então, em inglês, né? Então, parabéns a todos que participaram. E agora, neste momento, gostaria de liberar as nossas juradas para que elas possam deliberar sobre as 3 categorias e definir quais serão os primeiros e segundos colocados de cada uma delas, ok? Então, enquanto isso vai acontecendo, eu vou repassar com vocês alguns detalhes da nossa competição. Então, ao término da transmissão de hoje aqui, né, após o anúncio das 2 pessoas vencedoras de cada categoria, daremos as instruções sobre o prêmio para os vencedores lá na sala do Google Meet, onde foi realizado o sorteio e os candidatos estavam antes de entrarmos aqui. Então, repassando informação importante para vocês. Se você for um dos vencedores da sua categoria, logo após seu nome ser anunciado, você deverá voltar naquele link do Google Meet, onde foi realizado o sorteio, e lá nosso staff estará disponível para passar todas as orientações sobre o Vale Presente, ok? E outra informação importante, enviamos há 2 semanas atrás, por e-mail, os certificados de participação de todas as pessoas que participaram da fase assíncrona com o envio do vídeo, tá? Então, se você ainda não identificou esse recebimento, é possível que o nosso e-mail tenha ido para a caixa de spam ou acontecido algum erro no envio. Então, caso isso tenha acontecido com você, peço para que entre em contato com a sua unidade para que a gente possa providenciar o mais rápido possível o seu certificado, ok? Aproveitando também para lembrar dos nossos super prêmios que anunciaremos hoje, quais serão os vencedores por categoria. Então, além de toda a bagagem cultural e linguística que os alunos adquirem ao longo de toda a competição, hoje o primeiro lugar de cada categoria vai ganhar um vale presente no valor de R$1.000 e o segundo colocado de cada categoria um vale presente no valor de R$500, né? Então, coisa boa, já vai terminar o mês de novembro aí com dinheiro para passar o Natal com a família, coisa boa. E, bom, ainda não temos o resultado, as juradas acabaram de sair aqui, a decisão não vai ser fácil. Então, vamos fazer o seguinte, vamos fazer novamente um rápido intervalo, então, para a gente esticar a perna, se hidratar um pouco também, porque na volta teremos o anúncio do grande resultado das 3 categorias que se apresentaram, categoria 1, 2 e a 8. Então, saberemos o primeiro e segundo colocado de cada categoria. Então, por volta de 10 minutos a gente volta. Fiquem ligados, não desloguem aí do YouTube, que já já a gente volta com o resultado da grande final do Your Voice. Até daqui a pouco, pessoal! Estamos de volta agora com o momento mais aguardado desse dia 23 de novembro. É agora que vamos descobrir quem são os grandes vencedores da 10ª edição do Your Voice, das categorias 1, 2 e da categoria 8. Mas não sou eu que vou dar essa notícia, então gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice a Cris Bordinhão, que vai dar e fazer esse grande anúncio. Cris, é com você.
Oi, pessoal, tudo bem? Foi assim como o João falou, acho que umas 2 ou 3 vezes durante essa manhã, foi uma decisão muito difícil que eu e a Luísa tivemos que tomar lá na salinha dos jurados, viu? Em primeiro lugar, para todos vocês que estão aqui assistindo, eu gostaria de agradecer profundamente toda a confiança que vocês depositam na cultura inglesa e principalmente a confiança e o encorajamento que vocês, como pais, amigos, responsáveis, familiares e professores estão dando para as crianças de vocês. As crianças e adolescentes, né? Que temos aí a categoria 8 também. Eu tenho certeza que se eles estão performando nessa qualidade incrível, como a gente viu nessa manhã, é muito por conta do encorajamento de todos vocês aí. Então, meus parabéns. Queridos candidatos e candidatas, que discursos incríveis. Um tópico muito desafiador para a gente conversar, porque ele é tão urgente, tão pungente nas nossas conversas, mas ao mesmo tempo muito difícil de lidar. E nós temos aí categorias de níveis básicos de inglês, entregando discursos com muitas ideias, muito criativos e com muita vontade de mudar o mundo. Assim como o João falou, né, o Your Voice ele é para a gente colocar a nossa voz, não apenas para testar os nossos conhecimentos de inglês, mas para fazer desse um lugar melhor. E eu tenho certeza que com esses discursos e tudo que nós ouvimos, nós temos ainda mais vontade de fazer desse mundo um lugar melhor. Sem mais delongas, né, porque vocês estão ouvindo tudo isso, pensando tudo bem, mas e os vencedores? Vamos lá. Eu vou começar falando para vocês da nossa categoria 1, dos nossos candidatos que performaram os seus discursos de 1 minuto, aproximadamente, e que entregaram, assim, muita qualidade. Sem mais delongas, o nosso runner-up, o nosso segundo lugar é Miguel Barbeiro Gobo. Parabéns, Miguel. Você ficou no nosso segundo lugar do Your Voice 2024. E o nosso grande vencedor ou vencedora do Your Voice categoria 1 é Júlia Colette de Souza. Júlia, meus parabéns. Você é a nossa primeira colocada na categoria 1 do Your Voice 2024. Parabéns aos nossos participantes, aos nossos pais, familiares, aos nossos professores e às nossas escolas. Agora eu chamo a Luísa Brandão para deliberar as categorias 2 e 8. Lu, é com você.
Muito obrigada, Cris. Muito obrigada a todos que participaram, a todos que apoiaram os nossos candidatos, nossas candidatas. Parabéns pelo trabalho incrível que vocês fizeram esse mês, esse semestre, se preparando para esse discurso. Mas eu também não vou contribuir para o suspense e vou anunciar o segundo e aí o primeiro lugar da categoria 2. Em segundo lugar, na categoria 2, Rafaela Bernabé. Parabéns, Rafaela. E em primeiro lugar da categoria 2, Alice Carvalho. Então, em segundo lugar na categoria 2, Rafaela. E em primeiro lugar, Alice Carvalho. Parabéns a todos que participaram e parabéns ao nosso primeiro e segundo lugar na categoria 2. E na categoria 8, na categoria que os discursos foram mais longos, mais complexos, o nosso segundo lugar ficou com o Tiago de Andrade e o nosso primeiro lugar vai para Júlia Mandarino. Na categoria 8, então, no segundo lugar temos Tiago de Andrade e no primeiro lugar, Júlia Mandarino. Muito, muito obrigada pela participação de todos vocês. E passo as palavras agora ao nosso mestre de cerimônias, João.
Muito obrigado, Lu. Muito obrigado, Cris, pelo anúncio. Parabéns a todos os candidatos que chegaram até essa final. Parabéns aos candidatos que venceram o Your Voice. E também parabéns e agradecimento também para todas as famílias e amigos que estão prestigiando esse momento, as secretarias, gestores, todo mundo que está aí no chat engajando. Obrigado pelo apoio de vocês também. Isso foi fundamental em todo esse processo de preparação dos alunos. Tenho certeza que isso foi um grande diferencial para eles. Então, parabéns a todos pela participação. E agora finalizamos a jornada aqui das categorias 1, 2 e categoria 8 do 10º Your Voice. Então, muito obrigado pela presença, por terem acompanhado até aqui. E um aviso rápido aos candidatos vencedores. Não se esqueçam de ir agora lá para o Google Meet para receber as informações sobre como usar o Vale Presente, ok? Então, esperamos vocês lá. Daqui a pouco tem mais final eletrizante por aqui. Então, às 13 horas, iniciaremos as apresentações das categorias 3, 4 e 5. E os links de acesso estão lá no site do Your Voice, yourvoice.culturainglesa.com.br. Então, nos vemos às 13 horas. Até mais, pessoal. Tchau, tchau. Boa tarde a todos, sejam bem-vindos à grande final da 10ª edição do Your Voice, o concurso cultural de discursos da cultura inglesa. Eu sou o João, do time acadêmico-cultural da cultura inglesa, e é um enorme prazer ser o apresentador deste dia tão especial na vida desses estudantes. Bom, criado em 2014, o Your Voice chega hoje à sua 10ª edição, com o objetivo de valorizar a comunicação oral, ajudando os alunos da cultura inglesa a expressarem suas ideias com confiança e a se prepararem para falar em público. É uma oportunidade incrível de pesquisa, troca cultural e crescimento, incentivando cada participante a se tornar um agente de transformação por meio do compartilhamento de suas ideias. Nesta edição, recebemos mais de 900 inscrições de estudantes que aceitaram o desafio de se superar escrevendo um discurso autoral em inglês sobre um tema complexo. Todos os discursos precisam abordar o tema Echoes of Change, Confronting Climate Crisis, que em português seria algo como Ecos da Mudança, enfrentando a crise climática. Na primeira fase do concurso, os participantes gravaram e enviaram seus discursos em vídeo, os quais foram avaliados por um júri com a difícil missão de selecionar apenas 128 para as semifinais. Nas semifinais, esses participantes se apresentaram ao vivo, assim como será hoje, e o nosso júri, mais uma vez, teve a árdua missão de selecionar apenas 48 deles para a grande final. Hoje, vocês verão aqui alunos da cultura inglesa e de escolas parceiras da cultura inglesa dos estados de São Paulo, Santa Catarina, Bahia, Rio Grande do Sul, Rio de Janeiro, Distrito Federal, Goiás, Tocantins e Espírito Santo, compreendendo os níveis de inglês desde o básico, intermediário e o avançado também. No Your Voice, os alunos são divididos em 8 categorias diferentes, de acordo com o nível de inglês de cada um. Cada candidato, portanto, concorre somente com aqueles que estão inscritos na mesma categoria. Nesta sessão de agora, se apresentarão primeiro os candidatos da categoria 3, depois os candidatos da categoria 4 e, por último, os candidatos da categoria 5. As apresentações das 3 categorias acontecerão na sequência, com um rápido intervalo entre elas, e somente para as juradas organizarem as anotações. E, ao término das 3 apresentações, nós anunciaremos os vencedores de hoje. O resultado das 3 categorias será anunciado de uma só vez, então, no final da sessão de hoje. As regras de duração e número de perguntas que cada um responde após discursar mudam conforme a categoria, mas eu vou repassando essas informações com vocês ao longo do nosso evento de hoje, certo? Bom, após o término das apresentações, serão anunciados os 2 participantes de cada categoria que obtiveram as melhores pontuações nas apresentações de hoje. Essas pessoas selecionadas ganharão super prêmios, né? O segundo colocado, inicialmente, ele vai ganhar um vale-presente no valor de R$500, e o primeiro colocado de cada categoria ganhará um vale-presente no valor de R$1.000. E quem decidirá quem são as 2 pessoas de cada categoria que serão os grandes vencedores da final do 10º Your Voice, são as nossas juradas Cristina Bordinhão, do Departamento Acadêmico da Cultura Inglesa, e a Ana Flávia Ávila, coordenadora da unidade Barra Mansa da Cultura Inglesa. Elas já estão conosco aqui no backstage e vão acompanhar tudo aqui com a gente. Elas avaliarão todos os discursos apresentados e, após as apresentações, se reunirão para chegar ao grande veredito. Bom, então, antes de começarmos os nossos discursos, sei que vocês devem estar bem ansiosos, os candidatos também. Vamos repassar algumas regras importantes e informações da competição. Então, primeiro, João, tenho dúvidas sobre o Your Voice, as informações, onde que eu encontro os detalhes? No site do Your Voice. Então, no nosso site oficial, vocês encontram todas as informações do evento, os links de transmissão, lista dos candidatos, a FAQ, todas as informações pertinentes do concurso estão lá. Todas as comunicações, lá é o nosso canal oficial. Mas caso mesmo assim haja alguma dúvida, temos também um e-mail disponível lá no site que vocês podem encaminhar algumas dúvidas pontuais e teremos o maior prazer em ajudá-los. E bom, nós da organização do evento, os candidatos e os jurados estamos dentro de uma plataforma virtual e o evento está sendo transmitido para vocês aí que estão acompanhando no YouTube. Então, façam a torcida através do chat. Já vi que tinha algumas pessoas interagindo. Então, mandem mensagem, mostre de onde você é, para quem é a sua torcida hoje aqui. Lembrando, vamos manter o ambiente bem positivo para os nossos candidatos, nada de mensagem negativa, para a gente conduzir essa sessão da melhor forma possível. Combinado? Então, bora lá. Enquanto nós estávamos com os candidatos aqui no backstage, para organizar melhor a condução da sessão, nós realizamos um sorteio na frente deles com a ordem das apresentações desta tarde. Então, neste momento, estamos colocando essa ordem para vocês, para que vocês possam acompanhar qual vai ser a sequência dos discursos de agora. E se a conexão de algum participante falhar durante o discurso, nós seguiremos com as próximas apresentações previstas para a tarde. No entanto, enquanto o bloco de apresentações estiver em andamento, daremos novas oportunidades para que esse participante restabeleça a conexão e possa retomar o seu discurso. Agora, falando sobre a duração estipulada. Falando especificamente da categoria 3, que é a primeira categoria que iremos ouvir os discursos hoje, o discurso deve ser feito dentro de 1 minuto. Só que há uma margem de tolerância para esses discursos. Então, os candidatos desta categoria precisam fazer apresentações que durem de 30 segundos a 1 minuto e 30 segundos. E temos aqui no backstage também uma timekeeper, que é a Vanessa, que vai nos ajudar a controlar a duração das apresentações e fará soar um sinal como este para alertar o candidato sobre a duração do seu discurso. O sinal será tocado quando o candidato atingir, inicialmente, 30 segundos de discurso, posteriormente, ao atingir 1 minuto, e, por fim, caso ele atinja 1 minuto e 30 de discurso. Caso o candidato termine a sua apresentação antes de 30 segundos ou após 1 minuto e 30, ele poderá ser penalizado. Após o término da apresentação, os candidatos respondem a perguntas. Em cada uma das categorias possui uma regra específica quanto a isso. No caso da categoria 3, os candidatos responderão a uma pergunta que será feita pelo nosso júri. Começaremos agora, então, com as apresentações da categoria 3, e depois faremos aquele rápido intervalo que eu comentei, para prosseguirmos com as categorias 4 e 5. Bom, falei bastante, mas já está tudo explicado, todo mundo pronto, então tanto a audiência quanto os candidatos, jurados, todo mundo aqui no backstage preparado. Então, bora começar com os nossos discursos. Obrigado a todos que estão acompanhando aí no YouTube, parabéns aos candidatos por terem chegado até aqui, e vamos que vamos, porque tem bastante discurso para a gente ouvir hoje. Então, vamos começar com a primeira candidata da categoria 3. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Bianca Vitória. Bianca, está por aí?
Olá, tô sim.
Olá, Bianca, tudo bem? Estou ouvindo você, tá? Conexão também está tudo certo. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bia, and I will talk about how climate crisis impact us significantly, considering that we ourselves are the cause. Have you ever think about this? I really hope you did. So let's continue. As Umberto Eco said, justifying tragedies as divine will takes away your responsibility for our choices. Let me give you an example of that. The increase in wildfires seen in Brazil, often caused by agricultural economy activities, forms acid rain in low-pressure areas, reducing the evapotranspiration that comes from the Amazon and preventing the cold front from Rio Grande do Sul from moving through the country. This has led to prolonged rains and flooding that lasts more than 10 days. In addition to this and other consequences, this also affects the production of rice and other essential products, but it also affects the soil, bringing consequences such as flooding of the soil, leaching, among others. This harms both sides of the economy, the people who produce the products and those who buy them. The situation gets worse every day. So, for the future generation have a stable life and avoid more severe situations, start thinking of nature as essential for your life and the life of your children. Thank you.
Perfeito, muito obrigado. Parabéns pelo discurso, Bianca. E agora vamos à pergunta da nossa jurada, Ana Flávia. Ana, é com você.
Hello, thank you for your speech, Bianca. You mentioned some impacts. What are some impacts you have seen around you?
Thanks for your question. Some impacts that I see around me is like the heat we are feeling right now because of the global warming. They are so intense that I forgot what you were asking me.
Some impacts.
Okay. Impacts that we see in the streets is like the trash that are thrown in them. This also affects like what we're living right now. I also see that people don't have the conscience about this topic. I think this is an important topic to talk about. So I think this is the most impacts that I see in my life, but I know there are some more in like around the world.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ana. Obrigado, Bianca, pelo seu discurso. E dando sequência às nossas apresentações desta tarde, gostaria de chamar a nossa segunda candidata da categoria 3. Então, vem ao palco do Your Voice, Manuela Salgado dos Reis. Manuela, está me ouvindo?
Hello!
Hello, Manuela. Estou ouvindo você também. Então, quando estiver pronta, respira fundo e pode começar. Boa sorte.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manuela Salgado, and I'm a student at Colleges Univap. When we think about climate changes, the first thing has come in your mind is nature impacts, right? But do you ever wonder at how we can be affected? Our society is one of the most harmed. Yeah, you didn't hear wrong. Along with the climate change's consequences, like the scarcity of basic resources, the inequality and polarization increase. Soil depletion, drastic temperature changes, and high radiation rates directly harm agriculture, causing the high of the food. In a apparently dystopic future that may not be so distant, a full meal will be a luxury. Are we entering in the Hunger Games reality? Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Manuela, pelo seu discurso. Parabéns. Agora vamos à pergunta da nossa jurada, Cris Bourdian.
Hi, Manuela. Thank
Hello.
you so much for your speech. My question is, you asked, are we entering a Hunger Games, a new Hunger Games era? And the question is, what can we do in order not to enter this era?
We can talk to people who can do things. The people who are in the high car. Oh my God, I'm sorry. And politics, create politics to stop the polarization in front. And us, como estudantes, I'm sorry. We can use our voice, how we are doing here, and talking about what we think with this situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manu.
Muito obrigado, Cris. Obrigado, Manuela. E agora vamos ao nosso terceira candidata da categoria 3. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Maria Fernanda de Souza.
Oi, tá me ouvindo, normal?
Oi, Maria. Sim, estou te ouvindo bem. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Hello, I am Maria Fernanda and I will talk about climate crisis and the impacts of human action behind it. So, first of all, as we know, climate problems cause various effects around the world, such as global warming, which harms the natural balance of the nature. Besides, because of these climate problems, there's a lot of people that are moving away from their countries and getting really sick. So, keeping that in mind, why is this all happening? One of the biggest reasons is human action, as we pollute and also deforest, resulting in increase of greenhouse gas emissions, including CO2. So, given this fact, what can we do? We need to be aware of our actions and do what we can to not make the problematic situation even worse. Like we can recycle, we can save energy, and among others. As an example for this idea, there's a quote from Arnold Schwarzenegger that states, "Climate change is not science fiction. This is a real world battle that impacts us right now." So, finally, thinking about this topic and all I said in my speech, let's join hands and do what we can to make a better future possible. Because, after all, our past made the present, but our present will make the future. Well, that's it. Thank you for the attention.
Muito bem, Maria, parabéns pelo
Obrigada.
discurso. Vamos agora à pergunta sobre o seu discurso com a jurada Ana Flávia. Ana?
Hi, Maria. Thank you so much for your speech.
Hello.
My question is, how can we make people aware of what's happening?
Well, thank you for your question. And I think we can tell people like around us about it. When we think about climate problems and climate change, we need to think what will be our world in the future. Like, we need to think about extinction of species. We need to think about acid rain and all these bad things that could be happen and are happening right now. So we need to tell people around us, like our teachers, our friends, our parents, and everyone. But I think we should, like, this is a collective work. So we need to keep in mind that this is everyone's task, including companies and industries, because they emit a lot of polluting gases, like I said in my speech, CO2. So we need to be aware of our actions, and we need to tell people around us that they need to be aware of their actions too. Like I said, companies and industries and all these people that are emitting a lot of polluting gases like CO2.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
Muito obrigado, Maria. Obrigado
Obrigada.
também a Ana. E vamos seguindo aqui com as apresentações, agora com a nossa quarta candidata da categoria 3. Então, vem ao palco do Your Voice, Giovana Santos. Giovana?
Hello.
Está me ouvindo?
Yes.
Hello, Giovana. Tudo bem? Tudo
Yes.
tranquilo? Estou ouvindo você bem, conexão também, aparentemente está tudo ok. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Bom discurso.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Giovanna. I'm 16 years old and I study at Colégio Univap. Climate change is a big deal to talk about because it has lots of impacts on our lives. It is basically the shift of temperature or weather patterns, and it has many side effects. It threatens the economy, causing its disruptions such as property loss and damage, and risks to financial stability. And it is extremely negative, especially to poor people, because they have been struggling to survive and to make food. And one of the consequences of climate change is food and water insecurity. And this becomes much more difficult due to this factor. But there are lots of solutions to try to reduce climate change. For example, the use of renewable energy, the use of sustainable agriculture, and reducing the use of pollutants. That's it. Thank you.
Muito bem, parabéns pelo discurso, Giovana. Vamos então à pergunta sobre o seu discurso com a Cris Bordião. Cris?
Hi, Giovana. Thank you so much for your speech. In your speech, you mentioned some solutions, some big solutions for companies and the government to implement. What are some of the suggestions you can give for us as normal people to help with combating climate crisis?
Well, there are a lot of simple solutions that we are taught since like kindergarten. Like our teachers used to tell us to like close the faucets while brushing our teeth. My mother separates our trash. Like what's recyclable and what's organic. And this is like a big step to reduce climate change. And like when you're washing your car, you use buckets instead of using direct water. And we could also reuse the water of our washing machines to wash stuff. My mother does that to wash our backyard. And those are the simple solutions.
Thank you so much, Giovanna.
You're welcome.
Obrigado, Cris. Obrigado, Giovana. E agora vamos ao próximo candidata, né? Nossa quinta candidata da categoria 3. Então, vem ao palco do Your Voice, Maria Luísa da Silva. Maria, está por aí?
Hi,
Chegou?
can you hear me?
Hello, estou ouvindo você bem. Então, quando estiver pronta, Maria, pode começar o discurso. Boa sorte.
Hi, my name is Maria Luisa, and I'm going to talk about the climate change. The most famous example of climate change is the global warming, which is the increase in Earth's temperature caused by the emissions of the greenhouse gases. But these gases aren't good for our health, so the emissions need to be stopped. But how can you help to avoid the global warming effects? The best idea is reduce the consume. When you buy something, it releases greenhouse gases, either by the garbage generated, the means of transport needed, or even by the materials removed to produce the goods. With that, the next time you buy something, think carefully about whether you really need it or if you are just contributing to increase the global warming. Thank you.
Obrigado, Maria Luísa. Vamos então à pergunta sobre o seu discurso com a jurada Ana Flávia.
Hello, Maria. Thank you for your speech. You mentioned some important actions we can take. So my question is, how have you inspired people around you, like family and friends, to help?
Well, every time I go to the supermarket, me, my mom, and my daddy, we always try to use recycle bags. And I always try to tell the people to use these bags because you can reuse them. And I think it's one of the ideas. Another is to separate the trash. I always throw the trash right. And I think it is.
Thank you.
Perfeito, muito obrigado, Ana, Maria. E agora vamos ao nosso próximo candidato da categoria 3, então, sexta candidata e última desta categoria. Gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Isabela Ferreira Veloso.
Oi, tudo bem? Vocês estão conseguindo me ouvir?
Oi, Isabela, sim, estou ouvindo você bem, conexão também tudo certo. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode mandar bala. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Hi, I'm Isabella Veloso. I'm a student at Dom Bosco, and today I'm going to talk about the climate change, because as we all know, the climate change is one of the most urgent challenges of all time. The Earth's temperature is rising due to the increased emissions of greenhouse gases, and this is caused from burning fossil fuels such as oil, coal, or even gases. This warming leads to extreme weather events such as hurricanes, floods, and wildfires that are becoming more frequent and even more intense. Also threatens ecosystems, melting polar ice and endangering our biodiversity. But how can we fight climate change? The answer lies in collective and individual actions, such as switching to renewable energies, protecting our forests, and reducing waste. With that, we can limit the global warming. So the government must enforce green policies, business needs to adopt sustainable practice, and people can make eco-friendly choices, such as using public transport, recycle, or eating less meat. The future of our planet depends on a choice we make today. So let's commit to preserving it for future generations. Thank you.
Muito bem, parabéns pelo discurso, Isabela. Vamos então à pergunta da nossa jurada, Cris Bordião. Cris?
Hi, Isabella. Thank you so much for your speech. I would like to ask if you have a more optimistic or pessimistic feeling about the future of the Earth concerning the climate crisis, and why?
I think one of the most important things is be optimistic, because when we think of what can happen and what we can do, we don't do things to help. So when you're optimistic, you can try to help, you can make little actions to help, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Isa.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, Isabela. Obrigado, Cris, pela pergunta. E, neste momento, finalizamos a categoria 3, a primeira categoria desta final do Your Voice. E, bom, como eu falei para vocês, faremos um rápido intervalo neste momento, para que as nossas juradas possam organizar as anotações, e dentro de 5 minutos a gente retoma com as demais apresentações dessa tarde. Tá? Então fiquem aí ligados, não saiam do YouTube, 5 minutos a gente já volta. Até daqui a pouco. Estamos de volta com o segundo bloco desta grande final do Your Voice. Então, no primeiro bloco tivemos as apresentações da categoria 3. Parabéns a todos os candidatos da categoria 3 que se apresentaram. Em breve divulgaremos o resultado. E agora daremos início à categoria 4. Então, só repassando a regra de duração. Então, a duração estipulada para os discursos da categoria 4 é de 2 minutos para cada candidato. Considerando a margem que todas as categorias têm, os candidatos dessa categoria precisam fazer um discurso que dure entre 1 minuto e 30 segundos e 2 minutos e 30 segundos. A nossa timekeeper, ela fará soar aquele sinal que vocês ouviram no primeiro bloco, quando o candidato atingir inicialmente 1 minuto e 30, depois ao atingir 2 minutos e, por fim, caso ele atinja 2 minutos e 30 de discurso. O candidato que terminar o discurso antes de 1 minuto e 30 ou depois de 2 minutos e 30 poderá ser penalizado, certo? Bom, após o término da apresentação, os candidatos da categoria 4 responderão a 2 perguntas, que serão feitas pelo nosso júri, tá certo? Então, repassadas as informações, tudo mais fresco agora na cabeça de todo mundo, vamos então começar com a categoria 4. Então, com a ordem de sorteio que fizemos previamente aqui no backstage, gostaria de chamar a primeira candidata da categoria 4. Então, por favor, venha ao palco do Your Voice, Maria Antonelli de Souza Ferreira. Maria,
Oi.
você está me ouvindo?
Oi, você, está me ouvindo?
Estou ouvindo você, muito bem. Então, quando estiver pronta, Maria, pode começar o discurso. Boa sorte.
Tá bom, obrigada. Hello, my name is Maria Antonelli, and I'm here to talk about the climate crisis. Well, what is it? It's a change that happened on the temperature, atmospheric pressure, rainfall, and others. It is caused by humans, but also by nature, but mostly by humans, causing 99% of it. Well, it can be caused by using vehicles, cars, motorbikes, and using aerosols, increasing industries, and increasing dioxide carbon on the atmosphere. And when we increase this, it can affect the greenhouse effect, which can also affect the global warming and increase it too. Well, when we do that, it harms us and the nature. And if we work with healthy energy, it will be better because it would. How can I say it? It will prevent the glacier melting. It will prevent the rising water levels. I'm sorry, and it will avoid floods, several storms, and this. Thanks for your attention. That's it.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, Maria, pelo seu discurso. Vamos então com as perguntas das juradas, começando com a Ana Flávia.
Hello, Maria. Thank you so much for your speech. My question for you is, what would you say to someone who wants to help but doesn't know where to start?
Well, it could be started by avoiding throwing trash on the floor, of course. That's a popular reason to this. And of course, using less water. Like when you take a bath, don't take a bath of 30 minutes, Just take a good bath and don't use a lot of water to wash your room. And that's it. Just to start, it's a good thing to do.
Thank you.
Hi, Maria Antonelli. Thank you so much for your speech. My question is, what can your school do in order to help confront the climate crisis?
Well, my school. Well, the trash, of course, like I said, but mostly the use of there on my school. There's a lot of cars who goes to. I don't know where they go, but they always pass by the streets, and this the food that they put on the car, it's gasoline. And if they use a vehicle using ethanol instead of gasoline, it will be a lot better, you know. And these are a thing that I would change if I were there.
Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado aos jurados, obrigado, Maria, pelo discurso. Agora vamos ao nosso segundo candidato da categoria 4. Gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Tiago Pessoa Barbosa.
Oi?
Olá, Tiago, tudo bem?
Sim, você consegue me escutar?
Sim, estou ouvindo você bem. Então, quando estiver pronto, Tiago, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Hello, my name is Thiago Pessoa de Araújo Barbosa. I'm 11 years old, and today I will talk about the climate change, its problems and solutions. It's so important to talk about the subject because the climate change is making serious problems in the world. The first problem is the global warming. Most of the time, humans are responsible for the global warming. But with small actions, you can help to reduce the effects of the global warming. These actions are use clean energy, save energy at home, and do the 3 R's: reduce, recycle, and reuse. Some scientists argue that the desertification is also a problem. We need to pay attention in it because a lot of plants and animals are dying or losing their houses. We can prefer the ecological agriculture, plant trees, and the kids need to learn the environmental education. These are some things we can do to help reduce the effects of the desertification. Another problem is the atmospheric pollution. It is a problem related to the emission of gases into the atmosphere, mainly in the big cities, by the cars and the factories. To help solve this problem, we can prefer walk, ride a bike, or use public transports to cars. And we need to preserve the natural forests. One last problem is the sea level rise. United Nations announced a report about the sea level rise. This increase of level can cause a lot of other problems for many cities in the world. We need to reduce the emission of greenhouse effects and reduce the using of fossil fuels. And how about you? What do you do to help saving the planet? Do you recycle your garbage? Do you waste segregation at home, at your work, or in your leisure activities? Do you save energy and water? In my opinion, we all can do something.
Perfeito, muito obrigado, Tiago. Parabéns pelo discurso. Vamos então às perguntas das nossas juradas, começando com a Cris Bordião. Cris?
Hi, Thiago. Thank you so much for your speech. And my question is, what can your family do to help confront climate crisis?
So my family can do the waste segregation and do the 3 R's because these are things we can do. Everyone can do. It don't need to be an organization or a big community.
Thank you so much, Thiago.
Hi, Thiago. Thank you for your speech. My question for you is, who inspires you to keep on trying to create a better world for us?
So I think my school inspires me because we ever learn about those things, environments, and how we can help. But I think the mainly is my family because we ever do these things, we ever save water. I learned it with they to save energy. So I think they inspires me.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado às juradas, obrigado, Tiago, pelo seu discurso. E dando sequência às nossas apresentações desta tarde da categoria 4, vamos ao próximo candidato, terceiro da categoria 3. Então, com vocês, Luca Baruch Alves. Luca, na escuta?
Hi, hello.
Hello, Luca. Estou ouvindo você bem, conexão também tudo certo. Então, quando estiver pronto, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Okay. Hello, my name is Luca, and I'm going to talk about what is climate change, why it's happening, and what it can cause. Climate change is the change in, climate around the world and its regions. It is being caused by human activity such as polluting, industrial activity, deforestation, consumerism, and others, with Brazil actually being the 5th biggest contributor to climate change. It can cause many things, most notably global warming. but everybody already knows about that, so let's talk about some less known stuff it can cause. First of all, the climate is changing way too fast for many types of animals and plants to actually adapt. Not only that, but their habitat is also being destroyed, leaving them with no home. The geographical distribution of fish is changing, and the weather is getting much more extreme, with the recent flood in Rio de Janeiro being a great example of how bad it's getting. So here's a couple of things you can add to your day-to-day life to help in your own way. 1, recycle. 2, manage your organic waste. 3, don't waste water or energy. 4, don't use single-use plastics, and educate others about the facts. If we all do those things, I think it might not be too late to save Earth. With all that being said, thank you, Cultura Inglesa, for giving me this opportunity.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, Luca, né? Parabéns pelo seu discurso. Vamos então com as perguntas das juradas, começando com a Ana Flávia.
Hi, Luca. Thank you so much for your speech. My question for you is, what changes have you already started seeing around your community?
Well, one great example that even happened recently is that I noticed that wildfires are getting a lot more common. I remember one of these days, there was a wildfire and the sky and the sun became a lot more red than usual. So that's one thing I really noticed that is changing. And what really worries me is that if we keep going the way we're going, it's only going to get worse.
Thank you, Luca.
Hi, Luca. Thank you so much for your speech. And my question is, do you think the media can help us confront climate crisis? And if so, how?
I really think media can really help because we can spread the information of what is happening, what we can do to stop it, and who is suffering with these things and who needs help. And because of that, I think media can be a great asset to help us reduce climate change and understand it better.
Thank you so much, Luca.
Obrigado, Luca. Obrigado, juradas. E dando sequência aqui às apresentações da categoria 4, vamos então com a nossa quarta candidata. Então, por favor, recebam no palco do Your Voice, Tessia Sena. Tessia, está me ouvindo?
Olá, João, te ouço, você me ouve?
Olá, Tessia, sim, estou ouvindo você bem, conexão também, tudo certo. Então, Tessia, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Help! Our house is on fire, and we are the only ones who are destroying our own home. The climate crisis is worsening at a fast pace. The global environmental scenario faces significant challenges. Land degradation, biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change continues to threaten ecosystems and communities around the world. And if human activity is the cause of the problem, we must also be the solution. Each of us can make significant contributions to protect our planet. If you don't know how to contribute, here we have some examples. You can plant trees and restore ecosystems. Practice sustainable consumption, such as buying only what you need. Reduce the use of plastic, opting for organic and fair trade products. Avoid food waste and water waste. Support effective environmental policies. Give up individual use of a car or motorcycle whenever possible. Education and awareness, informing and inspiring others to act for the environment. I believe that the behavior of a single person serves as an inspiration and example for family, friends, and the community, catalyzing positive change on a large scale. Have you ever heard about a young climate activist who has become the voice of a generation? Her name is Greta. She had a book published when she was only 16. The book's title is No One is Too Small to Make a Difference. I'd like to share with you one of Greta's statements. Please pay attention in these words. She says, I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic. I want you to feel the fear I feel every day. And then I want you to act. I want you to act as you would in a crisis. I want you to act as if our house is on fire, because it is. Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Tessia, pelo seu discurso. Vamos então com as perguntas, começando pela jurada Cris Bourdignot.
Hi, Tessia. Thank you so much for your speech. And my question is, in your speech, you sound very urgent, almost pessimistic. What is your opinion? Are you more optimistic or pessimistic about the climate crisis, and why?
So, Chris, nice to meet you. I'm glad for this opportunity. There was not a coincidence that I mentioned twice in my speech about fire. It's, of course, a very urgent situation. I was reading about Chico Mendes. He was a hero, and he was an ordinary Brazilian worker who has become a hero, and he gave great contributions for the environmental cause. And he murdered more than 30 years ago, tried to fighting against Amazon rainforest deforestation. And unfortunately, nowadays, the situation is getting worse. And of course that we need to have hope. Be hopeful is good, is important, but to be hopeful is not enough anymore. We need to have panic. We need to act. That's the main point.
Thank you so much, Tessia.
Thank you.
Hi, Tessia. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned some actions we can take in order to help our situations. And I'd like to ask you, what were the easiest things that you have been able to adapt into your routine?
Yes. In fact, I am trying to talk with my family, my neighborhoods, my friends about the little things. Something like opting for reduce the use of plastic and opting for organic and fair trade products. Here at home, all of us have their own bottles of water, for example. And we are using less and less our car. Instead that, we have been talking whenever possible. We are walking, sorry. And another thing, we have segregated our residue properly. At work, it's mandatory for Brazilian regulations. We have segregation, but at home we are trying to do the same and recycling whenever possible. So, moreover, I learned gardening skills from my mom, and now I have my home garden where I cultivate some fresh herbs and vegetables for cooking. So there was a lot of lots of little things like that to reduce the impact, the negative impacts in the environment. That's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Tessia. Obrigado às juradas. E agora vamos ao nosso quinto candidato da categoria 4. Então, venha ao palco do Eurovoice, Ricardo Machado de Souza. Ricardo, está me ouvindo, Ricardo? Oi, Ricardo, está me ouvindo?
Um pouquinho, você me ouve bem?
Sim, estou ouvindo você bem.
Ok.
Então, Ricardo, quando estiver pronto, pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Obrigado. Hello, everyone. My name is Ricardo Machado de Souza. I study at Cultura Inglesa in Santana. In my speech, I will talk about how the climate crisis is affecting our daily lives in São Paulo. Our city is huge. There are 12 million people living here. I really love this city, but the challenges of living here are also enormous. One of these big problems is the climate crisis. São Paulo is the city of contrasts. Every year we face floods, and every year there is a lack of drinking water. Here, the air is very polluted, and the city is facing high temperatures. The vehicle traffic gets worse, and many waste is not recycled. We are experiencing a global climate emergency. We must confront the climate crisis now. But how can we do that? Investing in quality public transport, clean energy, preserving biodiversity, preserving the rivers and forests, and protecting our fauna and flora, and educate children because they are the future. I believe that education carries the power of change. And like Martin Luther King, I have a dream. I dream that one day cities like São Paulo will be free from pollution and climate crisis effects. I hear the echoes of change, and this change begins within each of us. Finally, I want to paraphrase John Kennedy. Instead of asking what the planet can do for you, ask what can you do for the planet Earth? Thanks.
Muito bem. Parabéns, Ricardo, pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a jurada Ana Flávia. Ana?
Hello, Ricardo. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned how education also needs to change. So I'd like to ask you, what are some changes you'd like to see in education in order for us to feel more hopeful for a better future?
That's a great question. Thanks. I think education is essential. We need to invest more in technology and learning the people how to conserve the ecosystems, the environmental, teaching the children how to take care the planet Earth, because children, I believe the children is the future. They are the future decision makers. They are our future leaders. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, Ricardo. Thank you so much for your speech. And my question is, what can be done or what can you do to help your neighborhood be better and start fighting the climate crisis?
That's a great question. Thank you a lot. Here in our neighborhood, we dialogue about how to conserve water, how to save energy, how to recycling, and how to promote composting. That's it.
Thank you so much, Ricardo.
Thanks.
Ótimo, muito bom, Ricardo. Obrigado às nossas juradas. E agora vamos à nossa última candidata da categoria 4. Então, eu gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Luísa Garcia Soares. Luísa?
Oh.
Oi, Luísa, está me ouvindo?
Yes.
Se estou te ouvindo também, conexão boa. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Hello, guys. My name is Luísa. I am 12 years old. I live in Cachoeira de Itapemirim, and I'm Mike Flow 1. I've had some questions for some time now. Why is it so hot? Why is the earth so hot? Where is the winter that seems to have disappeared? And the rain, why is it raining less and less? Have you also noticed this change in climate in recent years? I was curious and decided to research why the weather was so unstable, why we can't perceive the seasons anymore, why we live in an eternal summer. I was shocked and saddened by my findings, But I also learned many things that, if we put into practice, we can change the course of this climate crisis and save our planet. Do you want to know what I learned? Come on, I will share it with you. Let's talk about the great villain of the world climate crisis, global warming, which is the increase in the planet's average temperature and results in the greenhouse effect. The best known greenhouse gas is carbon dioxide. Its emission covers the Earth, trapping the sun's heat. This leads to global warming and climate change. The world is now warming faster than at any other time in recorded history. The high concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere results in air pollution, acid rain, melting ice caps, and rising sea levels, damaging crops and fisheries. I keep searching and discover that individual changes can change the course of this tragedy. We must work with effort and dedication, just like ants do towards the anthill. Small actions together generate big changes. Global warming affects everyone, and therefore it is important to take action to avoid consequences of climate change. But how can we help solve the climate problem? It's simple. Use alternative renewable energy sources, such as wind or solar energy. Invest in reforestation, as vegetation absorbs CO2. Reduce your consumption of beef, as agriculture is one of the biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Brazil, not only because of the associated deforestation. Let's all form our arm of little ants to quickly achieve a low carbon world and end global warming. I can do it. And you, can you be a little ant?
Feito. Muito obrigado, Luísa, pelo discurso. Vamos agora às perguntas, as últimas perguntas da categoria 4, começando com a Cris Bordignon.
Hi, Luísa. Thank you so much for your speech.
You're welcome.
And I'd like to ask you, you mentioned the fact that if we do small things, if we are little ants, we can have a big effect. What can the big institutions, politics, the government, and big companies can do to help these little ants?
They can, divulge the situation to all the people in a world or in a city or in a simple neighborhood to help resolve the situation and do little things that can start resolve this problem, like solve water, reduce the trash, and don't throw trash in the roads. It's these little things we can do to help the world to resolve the situation.
Thank you so much, Luísa.
Thanks.
Hi, Luísa. Thank you so much for your speech. I'd like to ask you, after everything you've learned, everything you've researched about, what do you plan to do now?
I plan to do more things in my house to help resolve the climate crisis. Small things to start, like saving water, stop to walking by car, ride by car, and go cycling or go walking in the streets. Small things we can do, like reduce the trash. Yeah, that's it. It's small things we can do to start. We are not so big to start with this big things like use alternative renewable energy sources, because it's difficult to start with this. We can start with small things and then we can get bigger in our situation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Muito obrigado, Luísa. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. E finalizamos aqui a categoria 4, a grande final da categoria 4. Parabéns a todos os participantes dessa categoria pelo discurso, por terem chegado até aqui também, que não foi uma tarefa fácil. E, bom, como eu combinei com vocês, faremos um novo intervalo agora, para que as nossas juradas possam organizar as anotações e beber uma água também. E voltamos daqui a pouquinho com a categoria 5 e depois da categoria 5 com os anúncios dos vencedores da grande final de hoje. Então nos vemos daqui a pouco. Até daqui 5 minutos. Estamos de volta com o terceiro bloco da grande final do Your Voice. Então, agora daremos início às apresentações da categoria 5, e somente ao término das apresentações desta categoria, o nosso júri sairá para a deliberação e, então, retornará com o resultado das 3 categorias de uma só vez, ok? Bom, a duração estipulada para os discursos da categoria 5 é de 2 minutos, e os candidatos respondem a 2 perguntas do júri. Tudo exatamente igual à categoria 4, ok? Então, bom, vamos começar aqui. Como eu falei para vocês, fizemos o sorteio no backstage com os candidatos e já temos a sequência aqui das apresentações. Então, na categoria 5, a nossa primeira candidata a fazer o discurso será a Sofia da Mata Alcaide. Sofia, está por aí, Sofia?
Hello! Tá dando para escutar certo?
Sim, estou ouvindo você bem, conexão tudo certo. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Our planet is never going to be the same it was one day. But it doesn't mean that we can't still save it. In the past few months, especially in Brazil, we have seen what the climate crisis really is and how it means not only the endangering devastation of the biodiversity around us, but also the threatening to the human life, to our lives. The elevation of the ocean levels is already showing its consequences, flooding coastal cities and leaving thousands of people with nowhere to go. Moreover, without mentioning the root of the local economy and the ecology from those regions and nearby cities. The increase of natural disasters, such as in Rio Grande do Sul and in most regions of Brazil, combining with the periods of extreme drought and lack of rain, will certainly affect the agriculture and the lives of small communities who depend from the aspect. The climate crisis also means the extinction of multiple biodiversity hotspots and its species. To save our planet, we mainly must change our mindset. The culture of abusive consumption and the avoidance to its consequences are alarming. By changing that culture, which is supported by the industry's interest, only then we are able to efficiently help the confronting of the climate crisis in simple and excessive actions, such as saving Earth's natural resources like water and energy, recycling and reusing products, throwing the garbage in its due place, reporting ecological crimes and pressuring industries to stop with the air pollution and the abusive extractivism. Protecting the ocean and reducing the pollutants are our best chance to fight against the climate change, our best chance to save the planet and to preserve the ecosystem.
Muito bem, obrigado, Sofia, parabéns pelo seu discurso. E vamos então às perguntas sobre a sua apresentação, começando com a nossa jurada, Ana Flávia.
Hello, Sophia. Thank you so much for your speech. In your speech, you sounded maybe a little bit pessimistic about our future and everything that's going on. So I would like to ask you, what would make you feel more optimistic, more hopeful about our future?
I believe that what would make me more optimistic in that sort of position would to see the start mostly of the politicians and mostly of the industries often applying and often trying to advertise normal people like us about what is happening and really taking actions about it, like applying to sustainable methods, which are very common nowadays. And so I believe that that would make me more optimistic to see those actions, to see those improvements really happening right in front of us, just like we're feeling the consequences of the climate crisis today.
Thank you.
Hi, Sophia. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned a lot about these big companies with pollution and the changes they can make. Do you think that these changes are the only ones that will help climate crisis come to an end? Or do you think there are more changes regarding what us as mere human beings do every day can help?
Yes, I believe us, mainly our work as a whole humanity, right? Climate crisis involves the whole world, so this is why it's a climate crisis. And I believe that all actions must be taken by all parts. That applies to politicians, that applies to industries, and of course that applies to us. Like said in the text, mostly of us normal people could use as a result the excessive and simple questions, the simple actions, like saving our natural resources, water and energy, recycle or even separate the trash, like it's organic or not. Talking and discussion about it online, maybe at public debates, but make people cautious about what is happening and always advertise that we have to take actions and we might not have time in the future. So it's really, really important that we start making the difference now.
Thank you so much, Sophia.
Thank you.
Ótimo, obrigado, Sofia. Obrigado às juradas. Vamos, então, ao nosso segundo candidato da categoria 5. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Vinícius Silva de Varela. Vinícius, está me ouvindo? Olá, Vinícius, tudo bem? Tudo certo? O seu áudio está funcionando? Está tudo... Não estou conseguindo ouvir você, Vinícius. Não estou ouvindo você. Não, ainda não estou ouvindo você, Vinícius. Então vamos fazer assim. Eu vou chamar o próximo candidato enquanto você tenta restabelecer o áudio, ok? Vou pedir para o time no backstage te ajudar com isso, tá bom? Então, combinado. Então, vamos seguindo com as ordens das apresentações. Gostaria de chamar a próxima candidata, a terceira aqui da categoria 5, Natália Regina. Natália, está me ouvindo?
Oi. Uhum.
Oi, Natália. Então, estou ouvindo você também, tá? Conexão tranquila. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Hey, everyone. Today, I want to talk about something super important. The climate crisis. Basically, it's all about how our planet's changing because of things we do, like burning fossil fuels, cutting down trees, and polluting the air. These actions pump greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which leads to crazy weather patterns and global warming. We're seeing more floods, heat waves, and wildfires than ever before, and it's affecting our health and our future. So, how does this happen? Actually, it's pretty simple. Our cars, factories, and even farming practices are big contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. When we burn fossil fuels for energy or clear forests for agriculture, we're making the problem worse. This isn't just a problem for the future, it is happening right now all around us. But there's also good news. There are a lot of things we can do to help. First of all, let's try using public transport, biking, or walking instead of driving everywhere. It's better for the planet and good for our health too. On top of that, reducing waste by recycling or choosing eco-friendly products makes a difference. And finally, let's all speak up for policies that protect our environment. By making these small changes together, we can deal with the climate crisis and create a better world for ourselves and future generations. We also need to remember that education plays a huge role in tackling this issue. By spreading awareness about climate change and its effects, we can inspire more people to take action. Schools and communities should prioritize environmental education so that everyone understands their impact on the planet. Together, we can cultivate a generation that values sustainability and is committed to making informed choices that benefit our Earth. Thanks for listening.
Muito bem, Natália. Parabéns pelo seu discurso. Vamos então às perguntas, começando com a jurada Ana Flávia.
Hello, Natalia. Thank you so much for your speech. I'd like to ask you, do you think people around you are ready to change their habits in hopes for a better future?
I think so. Mainly my family and I, we are we care about this topic because we care about our future and the world we live in. And my friends are also really important. They really care about it. So I think they are prepared.
Thank you. Hi, Natalia. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned a lot about these changes that we can make in our daily lives. And nowadays, with social media, we see a lot of influencers influencing and encouraging people to consume more and more and more. Do you think influencers have a role in combating, in confronting, or in encouraging the climate crisis?
Yes, I think there are a lot of influencers that don't play a good role, positive role in combating the climate crisis, and they incentivize the consumerism. But that's not a good point, because it's not good. So I think it's important for influencers to combat the climate crisis, not incentivize the consumerism.
Thank you so much, Natalia.
Muito bem, obrigado, Natália. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. Gostaria de chamar novamente o Vinícius para tentarmos o áudio. Vamos testar o áudio, Vinícius.
Agora você está me ouvindo?
Agora estou te ouvindo. Agora está tudo certo com o seu áudio. Eu não estava ouvindo daquela vez, mas agora está tudo certo. A sua conexão também está boa. Então, Vinícius, respira fundo e quando estiver pronto, pode começar, viu? Boa sorte.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Vinicius, and today I'll talk about some technologies that improved our past and now can change our future in the face of global warming. Did you know that construction and buildings make almost 30% of total greenhouse gases emissions? But do you know that project adjustments using old technologies can have a large impact? In buildings, air conditioning consumes 20% of the energy. Technologies that were developed centuries ago could help us significantly reduce that. In the Qing dynasty in China, they created indoor courtyards. This method uses a center opening in the roof to catch the external breeze and use the extra space to circulate the air inside the building, leaving room for the hot air to go up and out of the ceiling, cooling the building. Nowadays, this could significantly reduce the need for air conditioning systems. A simple and inexpensive material, clay, draws the attention of urban planners and architects for its characteristics such as low environmental impact, high durability, and ability to cool the environment. Buildings made of clay have remained standing for centuries, even after extreme weather events, such as earthquakes and hurricanes. They are found all over the world, Asia, Africa, South America, and were made using ancient techniques. It attenuates heat and cold more efficiently and reduces the need for air conditioning. In addition to thermal insulation, the buildings are sustainable, as they are made only of earth and water, 100% recyclable raw materials, and without waste or residue. Did you know this? No emissions. Another problem is the material use. Concrete causes most emissions in the world. But who would say that hemp could reduce its use? Yes, and we already used it in the past. Hemp was already being used as clothing and medicine, but 2,000 years ago in the Roman Empire, we already used hemp fiber as mortar for construction, and today we already make bricks out of hemp fiber. So nowadays we can make a building out of plant. We can use technology from the past to our advantage, and we already have some solutions in our hands. Why don't we use them? Let's build a better future. Thank you.
Muito bem, parabéns, Vinícius, pelo discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a Cris Borginhão.
Hi, Vinícius. Thank you so much for your speech. My question is, how can you use technology in your house in order to help confront climate crisis?
Like, do you mean this technology that I said here in my speech, or the new technology that comes?
The technologies, you can use both. The technologies you already have
and the
suggestions that you have.
So the technology can be used in ways and practical ways. We don't have to spend lots of money in this technology. So like we can use some technologies that are small, not with such an impact, but these technologies can make our homes like 2 times more sustainable than they are today, and like reduce the need for air conditioning, like, and some things that we can do today that don't like require this technology can be used too. So there's lots of ways that we can make our homes more sustainable, not just technology, but if you want technology, there's lots to learn and lots to do.
Thank you so much, Vinicius.
Hello, Vinicius. Thank you so much for your speech. I'd like to ask you, has your school embarked on this journey to a better future with you? If so, what have they done?
Yes, they already have done lots of campaigns and are doing lots of campaigns to embark on this better future and do something for the planet. Like our school had the plastic cups, the discardable plastic cups, and now they shut it up everything, and these cups are not used anymore. So that's one of the examples. We used to like lots of things to recycle. There's trash bags that we use to put things that are only recyclable. So there's like things to spare, things to do a better future in my school. That's like my school is very good, so there's lots of things, and in the class the teachers like teach us how to make a better future. Some classes, like some math classes, have something about recycling. That's very good for me. I'm very proud of my school in this way. That's like a very good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito bem, Vinícius, parabéns, obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. E agora vamos ao nosso quarto candidato da categoria 5. Então eu chamo ao palco do Your Voice, Pedro Leão. Pedro, está por aí?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Pedro. Sim, estou te ouvindo. Então, quando estiver pronto, pode começar, viu? Boa sorte.
Thank you. Hello, guys. My name is Pedro Leão. I'm a Cultura Inglesa student, and I'm here today to talk about climate change. First of all, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know what climate change refers to? If not, don't worry, I'll ask you. Climate change refers to long-term transformations in temperature and weather patterns. These transformations have become increasingly worse with human interference since the 18th century, with the Industrial Revolution and the emission of polluting gases into the Earth's atmosphere. According to the environmentalist Greta Thunberg, our civilization is being sacrificed for the interests of a small group of people to continue receiving huge amounts of money. I totally agree with her, and I believe that her phrase has a great impact on the lives of those who hear it. We realize that new generations believe in the existence of the climate change crisis and are increasingly fighting to save our planet and future generations. However, older generations generally refuse to believe in the existence of the climate crisis. And the biggest problem is that they occupy the greatest positions of power, such as president, deputies, and CEOs of big companies that don't care about our environment. So what can we conclude, Pedro? We can conclude that climate change is a serious problem that has been destroying humanity in recent times. And if society does not work together to control the climate crisis, humanity will probably cease to exist in the not too distant future. My name is Pedro Leão, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Muito bem, parabéns, Pedro, pelo seu discurso. E vamos então às perguntas, começando com a jurada Cris Bordignon. Cris?
Hi, Pedro. Thank you so much for your speech. And it's very interesting that you mentioned the conflict of new and old generations. And what can we do as younger generations to show not only to the older ones that sometimes think they know more because they are more experienced, and the younger generations that come after us, that this is a burning issue for us to talk about?
Hello, Chris. Thank you for your question. Well, that's very hard because we know that older generations generally think that they are more smart in certain things, but they usually don't know how to use the internet, the Facebook, the Instagram, their smartphones, and then they don't know at all the impact of the climate change in our lives. They usually think, no, this is not. But we, as youngers, we need to take care about them. We need to talk with them and say, that's it. It's very hard to understand, and we know, but the industries, the government need to do something for, not for you, not for me, but for the future generations too, you know? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pedro.
Hi, Pedro. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned Greta Thunberg as a big influence in this fight against climate change. So I'd like to ask you, do you see anyone in your community that has joined you in this fight as well?
Hello, Ana Flavia. Thank you for your question. Yes, I see. I have a friend that she's a woman and she works in this subject. She is creating a group of recycling and communities that may think about, communities of women that may think about what can we do to reduce the climate change and the trash in our houses. For example, we can recycle our trash, we can spend less water, you know, we cannot throw paper on the street, yeah? And then she's creating these groups and she's very famous nowadays. And it's an inspiration for me, you know, and for other people too. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Pedro.
Ótimo. Então, Pedro, parabéns pelo discurso. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. E dando sequência aos nossos discursos da categoria 5, vamos chamar a quinta candidata. Então, por favor, venha ao palco do Eurovoice, Ana Luísa Gabriel Lima. Está me ouvindo,
Hello,
Ana? Tudo bem?
Sim.
Sim, estou ouvindo você bem. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Bom discurso para você.
Obrigada. Time for inaction is over. Gone are the days when we would think of climate change as such a distant threat, as something we shouldn't worry about or take part in. The first major international gathering to discuss human-induced climate change happened in 1979. While discussions and concerns about forthcoming climate crisis can trace back to the 19th century, so we know for a fact that this is a long-standing issue. So if the climate is changing, why isn't the system? And what can we do to change it? The climate crisis is a very complex issue that requires various approaches and solutions. And as much as our individual efforts matter and are super important, we must focus on addressing the root causes of this problem. It is imperative to recognize that the climate change is not merely an environmental issue. This transition into a more sustainable future requires a change in our social, political, and economic systems. We must restructure them to focus and to prioritize sustainability and environmental ethics. Remember, change happens on all levels. By investing in renewable energy and adopting new policies and more vigorous, stronger environmental policies and regulations, the government can play a huge and crucial role on this transition. Corporations, for instance, must be held accountable of their environmental impact. and also strive to adopt sustainable practices and minimize their carbon footprint. And I strongly believe that in order to raise environmentally aware citizens that will make knowledgeable decisions and that will speak up for change, we as a society, we as the future inheritors of this planet, it is our moral obligation to give them and provide them with good education, not only on this topic, but on other political and social and economic topics, so that they can be the next generations that will speak up about this topic, that will step up and take action to make the world a better and brighter future for the many generations to come. And also, we must speak up about the vulnerable people. Climate change disproportionately affects the marginalized communities. Therefore, it is essential to center their voices and experiences as to ensure a more just future. Very famous physicist Albert Einstein once said that the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing nothing. We've talked enough, we've debated enough, and now is the time to act. I'm Ana Luisa. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Ótimo, parabéns, Ana, pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a outra Ana, Ana Flávia. Ana, com você.
Hello, Ana. Thank you so much for your speech. I'd like to ask you, you mentioned how we can make people aware of what's happening, especially big companies and governments. So I'd like to ask you, how can we create campaigns to get people who actually want to do something together to fight against climate change?
I believe nowadays we have a better resource that many of the generations that were before us didn't have, which is social media. And social media is known for bringing people together, especially to discuss this very polemic, this very political topics. So I believe that we can raise a big platform in social media to discuss this topic. And I also think that there are many knowledgeable people and there are many people who are well educated on this topic that can educate others about this topic. So I believe that we can, if we bring awareness and bring a better and bigger platform to the people who want to talk about this topic, people who want to bring awareness to the climate crisis we're facing nowadays, I think that we can create a better and more free space to talk about this, and we can have better and more productive discussions futurely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ana Luisa, for your speech. And I'd like to ask you, you talked about these knowledgeable people and social media, but how can you make a difference in your family?
Well, as I mentioned in my speech, we as the future inheritors of the planet Earth, we need to use our voices to educate others in doing this. So I believe I, as a younger person who has more access and more familiarity with social media and with these platforms, and I have more knowledge at school and at these types of activities that I do outside of school, I have more knowledge on this topic than my parents had the opportunity to have. So I believe that I can be a strong influence in my family and in my close circles if I bring up this topic and if I, make it known and help them. And if they have any doubts, I can help them and even become more educated so I can educate the people around me and be a better influence. So I think that in my family, I can be a better influence by just educating in general. This is a topic I'm quite passionate about. So I think it all starts with awareness and education, and then we can bring this actions, these little actions they can implement in their daily lives. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Ana Luisa.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ana. E agora vamos dando sequência aqui às nossas apresentações da categoria 5, a última candidata. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco de Eurovoice Juliana Carvalho. Juliana, está me ouvindo?
Hello, you hear me?
Hello, Juliana. Sim, estou ouvindo. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Fique à vontade. Boa sorte.
Okay. Hello, my name is Juliana. I'm 14. I study platform bilingue, and I go to Colégio Amo 3. I'd like to highlight Michael Jackson's song Heal the World because I do believe we can make a better world. However, how can we make a better world? How can we change everyday things to make the world be cleaner? For example, instead of cutting down trees and destroy forests, we should plant more trees and reduce the deforestation. Moreover, could stop throwing their trash on the floor because the rubbish can get into the oceans or seas where you make them pollute. In addition to these changes, we can improve the world by adding small things to our daily routine, such as ban plastic bags, recycle gadgets, use renewable energy, among others. In my house, I do other small actions to help the environment, such as the water that comes from the washing machine used to clean the yard. And when I help my father to wash the car, we use a bucket of water instead of a hose. We need to make this small difference to make the world better, because it isn't one big solution that the problem of climate crisis can be solved, but with several different small solutions simultaneously to take care of the problem. I can highlight one verse of Michael Jackson's song, Heal the World. Make a little space, make a better place. In other words, with a small change, we can transform the world into a better place. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, Juliana. Parabéns pela sua apresentação. Vamos então às perguntas, começando com a Cris Bordignon.
Hi, Juliana. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned that making small changes can help transform the world into a better place.
Yeah.
But are there big changes that we can make regarding our politics, our government, and big companies that can also help the world be better?
Yes, of course. The companies and the governments can promote more campaigns to talk about the problem climate crisis. And these days, I had a conference to talk about it. The United Nations Climate Change Conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan, in the years of Europe, talk about it, how they can try to combat the climate crisis.
Thank you so much, Juliana.
Hi, Juliana. Thank you so much for your speech. After everything you've studied, everything you've learned, how can you use that to inspire people around you, people at your school, in your family, in your neighborhood?
Oh, that's a good question. In my opinion, to inspire the people, it's necessary to do these actions and incentivize these people to do together, because it is a society, and the society, when do together, incentivize more people to do this.
Thank you.
Ótimo, muito obrigado, Juliana. Obrigado às juradas. E assim finalizamos a nossa categoria 5. Então, parabéns a todos os candidatos que participaram, fizeram as apresentações, vocês arrasaram. Não vai ser uma decisão fácil para as nossas juradas de nenhuma categoria. E eu aproveito para esse momento para liberá-las para a deliberação. Então, as nossas juradas vão deliberar sobre as 3 categorias e definir quais serão os primeiros e segundos colocados de cada uma delas. Então, enquanto elas vão deliberando para decidir quem serão os vencedores, eu vou repassar com vocês alguns detalhes da competição. Então, ao término da sessão hoje, após o anúncio das 2 pessoas vencedoras de cada categoria, daremos as instruções sobre o prêmio para os vencedores lá na sala do Google Meet, onde nos encontramos previamente para fazer o sorteio e tudo mais. Então, repassando informação importante para você que for o vencedor. Se você for um, né, dos vencedores da sua categoria, logo após o seu nome ser anunciado, você deverá voltar naquele link do Google Meet, onde foi realizada toda aquela orientação do nosso time aqui do Your Voice, ok? E daremos todos os detalhes da premiação, do Vale Presente por lá. Outra informação importante, enviamos há 2 semanas por e-mail certificados de participação de todos os candidatos que participaram da fase assíncrona, né, do envio do vídeo, que foi a primeira etapa do Your Voice. Então, se você ainda não recebeu esse certificado, é possível que o nosso e-mail tenha ido para sua caixa de spam ou acontecido algum erro ali no envio. Então, peço para que você entre em contato com a sua unidade, a sua escola, para que a gente possa providenciar o quanto antes o seu certificado. E eu aproveito também para lembrar os super prêmios que teremos nesta edição e anunciaremos hoje os vencedores. Então, além de toda a bagagem cultural e linguística que cada candidato adquire ao longo da competição, nós também premiaremos hoje o primeiro e o segundo colocado de cada categoria. O segundo colocado levará um vale-presente de R$500 e o primeiro colocado de cada categoria um vale-presente no valor de R$1.000. Então, coisa boa vindo aí, passar o final de ano com dinheiro no bolso. E, bom, a decisão não vai ser fácil para decidirmos quem serão os vencedores, tanto é que as juradas acabaram de sair e ainda não voltaram, mas vamos fazer o seguinte. Então, vou dar um intervalo para vocês, 10 minutos, a gente já retoma com os resultados enquanto as juradas deliberam. Pode deixar tudo ligado aí no YouTube, a transmissão vai continuar e dentro de 10 minutos a gente volta com um grande anúncio de quem serão os vencedores da 10ª edição do Your Voice. Então fiquem ligados que nos vemos daqui a pouquinho. Até! Estamos de volta com o último bloco e agora é o momento mais aguardado da tarde, que será o momento do grande anúncio dos vencedores da 10ª edição do Your Voice. Mas sem mais delongas, não vou ficar de muita enrolação, já gostaria de chamar as nossas juradas que farão o anúncio, começando pela Cris Bordinhão. Cris, é com você.
Olá, pessoal. Em primeiro lugar, eu gostaria de parabenizar todos esses candidatos que tiveram aqui, 18 candidatos na tarde de hoje, que passaram meses preparando esse discurso, ensaiando, gravando, participando das nossas semifinais e chegaram até aqui, a grande final do Your Voice. Dentro dos mais de 900 inscritos que nós tivemos, e o João comentou, vocês estão no top 6 de cada categoria. Então, só isso já é um grande motivo de celebração. Meus parabéns a todos vocês por terem chegado aqui hoje. Eu gostaria também de parabenizar todos vocês, pais, mães, responsáveis, parentes, amigos e professores que estão aí com a gente no YouTube, prestigiando seus alunos e alunas, seus filhos e filhas, seus amigos e amigas, aqui entregando o seu discurso a cada ano. Como a própria missão do Your Voice nos diz, ela não é apenas um concurso de discursos, justamente para a gente medir o nível de inglês. Vai muito além disso. É mostrar que essas crianças, adolescentes e adultos têm vozes importantíssimas dentro do mundo e essa voz, com certeza, vai fazer a grande diferença. Mas, sem mais delongas, eu gostaria aqui, nesse momento, além de parabenizar a todos, dizer quem são os primeiros e segundos lugares dessas 3 categorias agora à tarde. Então, dentro da nossa categoria 3, bom, antes da categoria 3, eu vou dizer para vocês que, assim, a posição na qual eu e a Ana estivemos como jurados foi muito difícil. O nível dos discursos estava altíssimo. Olha que foi complicado para a gente conseguir selecionar apenas o primeiro e o segundo lugar, que a gente queria botar todo mundo de tão bom que foi tudo. Categoria 3, então nós vamos começar pelo nosso segundo lugar, também conhecido como runner-up. Então, a nossa, temos só meninas nessa categoria, vencedora da categoria, vencedora não, nossa runner-up, nosso segundo lugar da categoria 3, Maria Luísa da Silva Teixeira. Maria Luísa, meus parabéns. Você é a segunda colocada da categoria 3 do Your Voice 2024. E a nossa grande vencedora da categoria 3 do Your Voice de 2024, Maria Fernanda de Souza Solana. Meus parabéns, Maria Fernanda, e parabéns a todas as outras candidatas da categoria 3 também. Para falar para vocês as categorias, os vencedores e vencedoras das categorias 4 e 5, eu gostaria de chamar a nossa jurada, Ana Flávia. Ana, é com você.
Obrigada, Cris. Eu faço, então, o mesmo que a Cris. Gostaria de agradecer, primeiramente, por essa oportunidade. É muito legal estar aqui com vocês, mesmo que online, vê-los discursar, vê-los se esforçar para compartilharem as suas opiniões. O tanto que vocês estudaram é visível, quanto vocês se prepararam para estarem aqui. Parabéns, realmente vocês todos já são vencedores por estarem aqui nessa competição, por terem enviado seus vídeos depois de mais de 900 vídeos assistidos. Que bacana, que legal. Eu espero também que vocês estejam orgulhosos de vocês mesmos, o quanto nós estamos aqui desse lado e torcendo para que essas pessoas que estão aqui conosco sejam, então, novas pessoas importantes no nosso futuro, da nossa futura geração, que vão realmente colocar em prática os planos que vocês mesmos passaram hoje. Não é verdade? Parabéns às famílias, que não imagino que não tenha sido fácil controlar a emoção das crianças para participarem, a emoção dos candidatos. Parabéns a todos, aos professores. Então, essa vitória, com certeza, ela é compartilhada. Mas, bom, sem mais delongas, na categoria 4, o segundo lugar ficou, então, com o Luca Baruch Alves. Parabéns, Luca, muito bem. E no primeiro lugar, nós temos a Tessia Sena Gonçalves de Santana, nossa grande vencedora da categoria 4. Parabéns, parabéns a todos. E para a categoria 5, para não deixar o suspense, eu sei que deve estar difícil aguentar desse lado aí. No segundo lugar, nós temos a Sofia da Mata. Parabéns, Sofia, pelo segundo lugar da categoria 5. E o primeiro lugar da categoria 5 ficou, então, com o Pedro Lopes Leão. Parabéns, Pedro, parabéns a todos. João, é com você.
Muito obrigado, Ana. Obrigado, Cris, pelos anúncios. E é isso, pessoal. Parabéns a todos os participantes desta final do Your Voice, especialmente aos grandes vencedores das 3 categorias. É um prazer enorme sempre participar do Your Voice e ver toda essa construção que vocês fizeram ao longo da competição. E finalizamos por aqui, então, a jornada das categorias 3, 4 e 5 dessa 10ª edição do Your Voice. Todos aqui já são grandes vencedores por terem participado, que não é fácil chegar até aqui, então parabéns a todos. Muito obrigado também a todos que estão acompanhando no YouTube, o apoio de vocês foi fundamental para os estudantes chegarem até aqui. E bom, candidatos vencedores, não se esqueçam de ir agora lá para o Google Meet para receber as informações sobre como usar o Vale Presente que vocês ganharam, ok? Daqui a pouco tem mais final eletrizante por aqui. Às 16 horas iniciaremos as apresentações das categorias 6 e 7 e os links de acesso estão lá no site do Your Voice, yourvoice.culturainglesa.com.br. Até mais e nos vemos às 16. Tchau, tchau. Boa tarde a todos, sejam bem-vindos à grande final da 10ª edição do Your Voice, o concurso cultural de discursos da cultura inglesa. Eu sou o João, do time acadêmico-cultural, e eu serei o apresentador desta sessão de hoje. É um enorme prazer estar aqui com vocês, celebrando esse momento tão especial na vida desses estudantes. E, bom, criado em 2014, o Your Voice chega hoje, nesta final, à sua 10ª edição, com o objetivo de valorizar a comunicação oral, ajudando os estudantes da cultura inglesa a expressarem suas ideias com confiança e a se prepararem para falar em público. É uma oportunidade incrível de pesquisa, troca cultural e crescimento, incentivando cada participante a se tornar um agente de transformação por meio do compartilhamento de suas ideias. Nesta edição, recebemos mais de 900 inscritos, de estudantes que aceitaram o desafio de se superar, escrevendo um discurso autoral em inglês sobre um tema complexo. Todos os discursos deste ano precisam abordar o tema Echoes of Change, Confronting Climate Crisis, que em português seria algo como Ecos da Mudança enfrentando a crise climática. Na primeira fase do concurso, os participantes gravaram e enviaram seus discursos em vídeo, os quais foram avaliados por um júri com a difícil missão de selecionar apenas 128 para as semifinais. Esses 128 participantes se apresentaram nas semifinais, ao vivo, e nosso júri, mais uma vez, teve a difícil missão de selecionar apenas 48 para a grande final. Vocês verão hoje aqui, nesta competição, alunos da cultura inglesa e de suas escolas parceiras, representando os estados de São Paulo, Santa Catarina, Bahia, Rio de Janeiro, Rio Grande do Sul, Distrito Federal, Goiás, Tocantins e Espírito Santo, compreendendo todos os níveis de inglês, desde o nível mais básico ao intermediário e ao avançado. No Your Voice, os alunos são divididos em 8 categorias diferentes, de acordo com o nível de inglês de cada um. Cada candidato concorre, portanto, somente com aqueles que estão inscritos na mesma categoria. Nesta sessão de agora, se apresentarão primeiro os candidatos da categoria 6 e depois os candidatos da categoria 7. As apresentações das duas categorias acontecerão na sequência, uma da outra, com um rápido intervalo entre elas, somente para que as juradas possam organizar as suas anotações. O resultado das duas categorias será anunciado de uma só vez ao término da sessão de hoje. E as regras de duração e número de perguntas que cada uma das categorias devem cumprir mudam conforme o andar das categorias. Então, eu vou repassando essas informações com vocês ao longo do nosso evento de hoje. Após o término da apresentação, serão anunciados 2 participantes de cada categoria que obtiverem as melhores notas. Eles serão os vencedores, primeiro e segundo colocado de cada uma das categorias apresentadas hoje aqui, e teremos uma premiação super especial. Então, os segundos colocados de cada categoria ganharão um voucher no valor de R$500 e os primeiros colocados de cada categoria um vale-presente no valor de R$1.000. Então, já vai passar o final de ano aí com dinheiro no bolso. Isso é bom. E quem decidirá, né? Quem que vai decidir quem serão os grandes vencedores da 10ª edição do Your Voice são as nossas juradas que já estão aqui no backstage. Então, a Vanúcia Palácio, né, representando o time de novos negócios da cultura inglesa, e a Ana Flávia Ávila, coordenadora da unidade Barra Mansa da cultura inglesa. Elas avaliarão todos os discursos apresentados e, após as apresentações, se reunirão para chegar ao grande veredito desta tarde. Bom, antes de começarmos os discursos, sei que vocês devem estar ansiosos, vamos repassar algumas informações importantes sobre a competição. Então, primeiro, João, tenho dúvidas sobre Your Voice, onde eu encontro essas informações? Tudo está disponível no site do Your Voice. Então, se vocês acessarem yourvoice.culturainglesa.com.br, vocês encontrarão todos os detalhes do evento, todas as comunicações são feitas por lá, é o nosso canal oficial. Então, informações como a FAQ, a lista de candidatos, os horários, as transmissões, a nossa trilha de treinamento, enfim, tudo está disponível no site para vocês. Mas, se mesmo assim vocês ainda estiverem com alguma dúvida, lá no site temos um contato via e-mail, vocês podem encaminhar dúvidas pontuais e teremos o maior prazer em ajudá-los. Bom, nós da organização do evento, os candidatos e os jurados estamos dentro de uma plataforma virtual e o evento está sendo transmitido para vocês através do YouTube. Então interajam conosco, façam sua torcida aí pelo chat, falem de onde vocês são, quem que vocês estão apoiando aqui hoje. Lembrando para manter o ambiente do chat o mais positivo possível, nada de mensagens negativas, porque isso não combina com o Your Voice e a gente quer incentivar ainda mais os nossos estudantes a se aperfeiçoarem e participarem cada vez mais de atividades como essa. E, bom, enquanto nós estávamos aqui no backstage com eles, nós já realizamos o sorteio para definir a ordem das apresentações das duas categorias. Estamos colocando neste exato momento no chat para que vocês possam acompanhar a sequência das apresentações dessa tarde. Um ponto importante: se a conexão de algum dos participantes falhar durante a apresentação, nós seguiremos com as próximas apresentações, só que, no entanto, enquanto o bloco de apresentações estiver acontecendo, daremos novas oportunidades para que essa pessoa restabeleça a conexão e se apresente novamente, ok? Então, bom, vamos lá com a duração das categorias. Começando pela categoria 6, que será a nossa primeira desta tarde. A duração estipulada para os discursos é de 2 minutos para cada candidato. Mas há uma margem de tolerância, assim como todas as categorias do Your Voice. Então, os candidatos precisam apresentar um discurso que tenha duração entre 1 minuto e 30 e 2 minutos e 30 segundos. Temos aqui uma timekeeper, que é a Vanessa, que controlará a duração de cada apresentação e fará soar um sinal como este para alertar o candidato sobre a duração de seu discurso. O sinal será tocado quando o candidato atingir inicialmente 1 minuto e 30, posteriormente ao atingir 2 minutos e, por fim, caso o candidato atinja 2 minutos e 30 segundos de discurso. O candidato que terminar o discurso antes de 1 minuto e 30 ou depois de 2 minutos e 30 poderá ser penalizado. Após o término das apresentações, os candidatos respondem a perguntas e cada categoria possui uma regra específica quanto a isso. No caso da categoria 6, os candidatos responderão a 2 perguntas que serão feitas pelo nosso júri. Bom, já falei demais, mas já está tudo explicado. Agora vamos começar com esses discursos da categoria 6. Então, muito obrigado a todos que estão acompanhando a transmissão pelo YouTube. Aos candidatos, boa sorte. Vai dar tudo certo, vamos que vamos. E bom evento a todos. E seguindo a ordem das apresentações, que vocês já devem estar acompanhando aí no chat, eu gostaria de chamar a nossa primeira candidata da categoria 6. Então, por favor, Rafaela de Andrade Torres, venha ao palco do Your Voice. Rafaela, está por aí? Bom, a Rafaela ainda não chegou, então, como eu falei para vocês, nós seguiremos com a ordem das apresentações e posteriormente daremos uma nova oportunidade. Então, vamos à segunda candidata da tarde, da categoria 6. Então, Cecília Rosa de Abreu. Cecília, está me ouvindo?
Olá, estou te ouvindo. Dá para me ouvir bem?
Olá, Cecília, sim, estou te ouvindo bem. Então, quando estiver tranquila, pode começar o seu discurso. Respira fundo e vamos lá. Boa sorte.
Climate crisis. Here's a term you've probably encountered countless times in various contexts. But do you fully understand its meaning? The impact this global issue has on the most impoverished populations in the globe, and how it affects our own interactions with the reality around us. In essence, this phrase refers to a rather simple concept: the size of climate change around the world caused by our own actions. Deforestation, industrial activities, and the use of fossil fuel are prime factors to the accumulation of carbon dioxide and other gases in the atmosphere. This is a topic with great room for dialogue, and many specialists agree without a shadow of a doubt that this is a growing question. However, in some countries such as the USA, about 15% of the population denies climate crisis, a significant proportion for a developed nation. Based on that data, it is possible to infer that some measures should be taken to increase public awareness of the issue, For example, promoting debates and engaging moments of reflection in schools. We already experience the effects of climate change in our daily lives, and although it may look like an event that impacts everyone equally, we can see that the most vulnerable segments of our society will always suffer on a larger scale. As examples, we have floods, landslides, and the devastating tragedy of Rio Grande do Sul that, aligned with the negligence from the government, can have catastrophic consequences for people's lives. Among other things, we must demand governments and private companies to reaffirm their commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The Conference of the Parties, better known as COP, is vital in enabling governments' discussions on climate change strategies. The COP has already achieved an agreement to phase out fossil fuel production and transition to renewable energy sources. In conclusion, I set out with the mission to shift perspectives and inspire dreams in others, and I hope I've succeeded in doing that today. Now, knowing that every small action counts, will we keep waiting for a miraculous solution, or will we step up, embrace our responsibility, and take care of our home planet and nature? Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Cecília, pelo discurso, parabéns pela sua apresentação. Agora vamos às perguntas das nossas juradas, começando com a jurada Vanusa.
Hello, Cecilia. Thank you very much for your speech. It was a pleasure listening to it. I have a question. Why do you think people still deny climate crisis?
Okay, so I believe that this has a lot to do with misinformation. So sometimes we think about many websites and about social media, about AI, which is something that is becoming more popular nowadays. So I believe that many people hear things sometimes from politicians or leaders they believe in that don't care much about climate crisis, or sometimes they even believe the climate crisis, but they don't believe that they can really make a huge difference in this context with those simple actions. So I think this has a lot to do with misinformation, listening to those things that people say that deny the climate crisis. So like I mentioned in my speech, we have those 15% of the American society denying the issue. People don't want to be engaged, and sometimes it is too hard to think about it. So I think it has a lot to do with not reliable information in the media mainly.
Thank you so much, dear.
Thank you.
Hi, Cecilia. Thank you so much for your speech. I'd like to ask you, how has your school started inspiring its students to change?
Okay, so I think this is also very important. I think many schools have started to, to really engage those students with discussions and debates related to the climate crisis and related to environmental issues in general. I think this is very important to really increase public awareness. I think this is the first step for us to take to establish some significant measures to help the progress of the crisis in the future. So I think many schools have really started to teach about those things, about those new topics to their students, so they can have a better understanding of what climate crisis is and how it affects our current societies all around the world. So I think this is really very important for them to be more engaged about the climate crisis and to know more about the issue in general.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado, juradas. Muito obrigado, Cecília, pelo discurso. E, dando sequência às nossas apresentações desta tarde, vamos ao nossa terceira candidata da categoria 6. Então, por favor, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Rebeca Gonçalves. Rebeca, está me ouvindo?
Hi.
Hi, Rebeca. Então, estou ouvindo você bem, conexão também, tudo certo. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Hi, my name is Rebecca. I'm from Nova Iguaçu branch, and today I'm here to give you some food for thought. What on earth will make a being destroy what keeps itself alive? We can prove this ourselves. On Earth, we have two gases that help us stay warm. They are CO2, carbon dioxide, and CH4, methane. Without these gases, Earth wouldn't trap the sun's heat, so we would be frozen and with no population, such as Mars. However, with an excess of these gases, we would be in extreme danger too, because Earth would be super hot. We have almost the exact right amount of these gases we need. Industries are constantly producing more and more carbon dioxide. And this is a warning because Earth has been getting hotter faster. In the past, animals had more time to get themselves used to new weather conditions. But now they don't have so much time because we are the ones responsible for making the world a hotter place. Another problem we deal when talking about climate change is cities next to beaches and lakes. With the polar ice melting away, those cities are getting flooded faster. One example of this is Venice on Italy. How could we change it? Some cities in the world have already taxes on the emissions of CO2. However, it would cost more to the population. But there's something that we can actually do. Recycle, reuse, and reduce. If we started to practice those 3 R's, governments should manage CO2 emissions on factories, and this would produce a different mindset and lifestyle on us. If we were the ones responsible for creating the problem, we have to be the ones responsible for solving it. And this is my speech.
Muito obrigado, Rebeca. Parabéns pelo seu discurso. Vamos então às perguntas, começando com a jurada Ana Flávia. Ana?
Hello, Rebecca. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned big companies, so I'd like to ask you, what should they do in order to reduce their negative impact when it comes to climate change?
Hi, thank you for your question. So I guess recycling is a good way to reduce the emissions because you're going to use less material, so it's less production, and then trying to plant more trees in order to equilibrate it.
Thank you.
Hello, Rebecca. Thank you for your speech. How can young people help make the population aware of emission reduction?
Hi, thank you for your question. I guess we can use what we use the best, social media. We can express our opinion on our social media. We can say what we think and what we could do to make the world a better place and how our lifestyle could influence on other people. So I guess using the social media is the best way to lead people to a more conscious life and conscious about nature.
Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Rebeca. Obrigado às juradas. E dando sequência às nossas apresentações da categoria 6, gostaria de chamar a nossa quarta candidata. Então, por favor, venha ao palco do Your Voice, Emily Pereira de Bonfim. Emily, está me ouvindo?
Tô sim.
Oi, estou ouvindo você também. Então, Emily, quando estiver pronta, respira fundo e pode começar. Boa sorte.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Emily. I'm representing Cultura Inglesa Paraisópolis, and I'm going to start my speech. Imagine a world covered in flames, a planet in collapse. The smoke makes us breathe hard, the seas are rising, ice is melting, and the worst part, there's no escape. No planet B. It might seem, but it's not a distant dystopian future, not a horror movie. It's the reality we face today. Our planet is a burning house, and we are the ones who set fire to it. As the environmental activist Greta Thunberg has put it, I don't want to give you hope. I want you to panic. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm terrified. I'm completely terrified. I'm afraid for me, for my family, for my friends, and the future generations that might not have the chance to appreciate nature and even exist. It took years for people to believe that climate science was real, thanks to economic and political interests. Today, science has given us a lot of facts, articles, and reports, but it doesn't seem enough. We keep repeating the same mistakes. In 200 years or less, people will look back at us and our legacies. They'll be upset and consider us careless for leaving things as they are. Science agree that our current path is leading us toward a new extinction event. So what should you do? You might think, I'm just one person. There should be up to big companies to stop deforestation and reduce the use of fuels. But if we don't make conscious choices, if we don't cut down waste and support organizations that genuinely care about the environment, change won't come. I know it's hard and often costly, but we must try. Let's equal the change. Thank you.
Ótimo, obrigado, Emily, pelo discurso, parabéns. Vamos às perguntas sobre a sua apresentação, começando com a Vanusa. Vanusa?
Hello, Emily. Thank you for your speech. It was a pleasure. Emily, how do you think schools can impact others on the possible threat of extinction?
I think my internet is not so good. Can you repeat, please?
How do you think schools can impact others, on the possible threat of extinction?
Oh, it's a great question. I would say that education is the key. When we start to implement environmental education in the schools and talking with the kids what is happening and what can we do, we are also telling with the parents. So the kids are going to school, they're going to listen to the teachers, and they're going to say, oh, hi mom, you know what I learned in school? I learned how to do this. I remember when I was a child, I remember my teachers telling me about how we should plant trees. And then I say, Mom, we should plant a tree and why, and explain these things. I think it always starts with education. So if we get the children, we get the parents, and then the neighbor, the friends, and all starts with that.
Thank you so much, Emily.
Thank you.
Hi, Emily. Thank you for your speech. After everything you've researched and how you prepared, I'd like to ask, what are your plans on now? What do you plan on doing with everything you've learned, and how do you plan on inspiring other people?
That's a hard question. I think I'm trying to take some small steps. Like I did some research, and maybe not like there's some hard activities like you may stop eating meat, but maybe one day in the week you can just change it for some vegetable, or you can make a volunteer work in plant. I'm in university now. I'm trying to become an engineer, and I think in my university I have some interdisciplinary classes about biology, and I get really scared with things, and I hope to become a scientist, and so I can make some research and then tell people how they should act about that. I think that's my thing in the world, my place. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Muito obrigado, jurados. Obrigado, Emily, pelo seu discurso. Agora vamos ao nosso próximo candidato, quinto candidato da categoria 6. Então, chamo ao palco do Your Voice, Bruno Fernandes Souza. Bruno?
Hey, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Hey, Bruno. Sim, estou ouvindo você. Tudo certo. Então, quando estiver pronto, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Amazing. Hey, my name is Bruno. I'm from Monsignor Alexandre College, and today I would like to share with you some thoughts about the Earth and us. I hope to cross with you some ideas, purpose, meaning, and results, because we need to go beyond the obvious. If we go back in time, we can find John Tyndall, a 19th century scientist born 200 years ago. He found out relevant negative aspects about the Industrial Revolution, such as air, water, sound, visual pollution, etc. Can you imagine other issues that we cannot even see? 32 years ago occurred Rio 982. The conference purpose was to talk about climate change impacts. After that, the United Nations organized more than 35 of them, all around the world. However, since the Industrial Revolution, what has exactly changed? What actually moves the world? Do just ideas or actions change the world? How to solve deforestation? Maybe stop logging or deciding to reforest. How to solve pollution? Maybe cleaning the water. Cleaning is just real work. We can make an omelette without breaking some eggs, and building better actions is the key to make a better world. So, how to make a better world? Or how to solve the climate crisis, you may ask? Well, changing the way we view things, and then actually working hard to solve problems, using action and energy in what we consider is the right thing to do. As a plus, in our society, we tend to see four figures: everybody, someone, anyone, and no one. But guess what? Everybody blames someone when no one do what anyone could have done. So thank you for your time, and I hope to see you next time. Bye.
Muito bem, muito obrigado pelo discurso, Bruno. Vamos agora às perguntas sobre a sua apresentação, começando com a nossa jurada Ana Flávia.
Hi, Bruno. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned different periods of time that carry different generations. So my question is, how can we get these people together in order to work for a better future?
So I believe one of the main topics nowadays we talk about in different industrial areas is how can we try to gather different people in the same objective to learn new things and research. And one of the best ways, in at least my opinion, is making not competitions, but at least Olympiads to try to gather these people that are in the same area of knowledge, that knows about the environment and want to help it, and then they can, just make sure that they have the best people around of these competitions to really find the best options of all of them to try to make a better world with them.
Thank you.
Hello, Bruno. Thank you for your speech, dear. Bruno, how do you personally help reduce the effects of climate change? Or, sorry,
One of
climate
the
crisis.
main ways that thank you. One of the main ways that I find really effective is what I do is recycle metal. Because one of the worst things that can help in nature is metal objects that roam around the world in water corpses, or I mean just in the cities, in the streets. So I gather all these materials around my city, and then I recycle them. I have a little furnace in my house, and I put all these metals, and then I just like make them in different shapes, so I can just or sell them or use them in my home to help recycle different objects, or give to different people, just to help my community in all the ways possible.
Thank you so much, dear.
Thank you.
Ótimo, Bruno, parabéns pelo discurso, obrigado às juradas. Vamos então com a nossa sexta candidata da categoria 6. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice Mariana Soares Gama. Mariana, está me ouvindo? Oi, está me ouvindo, Mariana?
Sim, vocês conseguem me ouvir?
Sim, estamos te ouvindo bem.
Tá bom.
Então, quando estiver pronto, respira e vai. Bom discurso.
Muito obrigada. Hi, my name is Mariana Soares Gama, and I have a dream of living in a world where we don't have to worry about climate change. It's undeniable that we're facing a global climate emergency like never before. Of course, climate change has always occurred. Just take the ice ages as an example. But if the temperatures have always changed, why is it so different now? Since the start of the Industrial Revolution, the Earth's temperature has risen faster than ever before. This effect is called global warming and is caused by greenhouse gas emissions from human activities such as burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and agriculture. And what will happen if we don't change those actions? Well, the conditions for living on Earth will worsen. Scientific projections show an increased frequency and intensity of extreme climate-related events like wildfire, floods, storms, and droughts by 2050 due to climate change. As humans, we're putting at risk our most precious asset, our very existence as a species. It's just like Thomas Hobbes would say, the man is a wolf to men. Can you picture yourself losing everything you have and even the dreams you aspire to? You should try, because we're not far away from this reality, but there is still hope. Climate change has reached a peak, yet our communities should make smart and eco-friendly choices to tackle this issue. Some solutions include switching from burning fossil fuels to renewable energy sources like solar, hydroelectric, and wind. A research by Technology, Entertainment, and Design explores AI-driven weather predictions, enabling us to continue using renewable energy sources even when the conditions are unfriendly. By reducing the need for fossil fuel, sustainable energy helps conserve the biodiversity and remain the ecosystem. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions from industry and transportation through green technology is crucial. Limiting deforestation and investing and in space-efficient agriculture, like vertical farming, is also crucial. These are big solutions, but there are also small actions we can do to help, like recycle, compost organic waste, donating unused items, and buying sustainable products. If we unite, we can make a difference. Do this not just for yourself, but for future generations, children, grandchildren, and so on. And remember what Mahatma Gandhi used to say, and be the change you wish to see in the world. Thank you.
Muito bem, parabéns, Mariana, pelo seu discurso. Vamos agora às perguntas das nossas juradas, começando com a Vanusa. Vanusa, é com você.
Hello, Mariana. Thank you for your speech. It was a pleasure. Mariana, you've mentioned the Industrial Revolution. So we're talking about industries here, right? How can we make industries reduce their emissions?
Well, I did a research about this a few years ago, and I've discovered that they can reduce their waste, and by reducing the waste and reducing the emissions, no, let me reform that, I'm sorry. By using less material and making greener choices and eco-friendly choices, you can reduce your waste. And big companies know that this is possible, but they normally don't want to adapt to this reality that I think they should.
Thank you so much, Mariana.
Thank you.
Hi, Mariana. Thank you for your speech. I'd like to ask you, do you feel mostly pessimistic or optimistic when you think about our future?
That's a great question, by the way. I'm a very realistic person, not an optimistic or pessimistic. But the thing is, I'm very optimistic about the future because the future generations and the generation that is coming right now have a lot of access to the information that we didn't have back then. So I think that now they have all the different access to the things so they can create a better future. And I believe in this future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana.
Obrigado, juradas. Obrigado, Mariana. E agora vamos à nossa última candidata da categoria 6. Gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice a Rafaela de Andrade Torres. Rafaela, está me ouvindo?
Aham.
Estou ouvindo você bem também. Então, Rafaela, quando estiver pronta, pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Tudo bem, obrigada. Hey everyone, I'm Rafaela, and today I'm going to talk about a little bit more of climate change. The objectives of this speech is showing you how bad climate change really is and how you can help reducing it. So, firstly, what is climate change? So, basically, when fossil fuels are burnt, greenhouse gases are released to the atmosphere, affecting the ozone layer. This emission is a massive problem because this layer protects the Earth from ultraviolet rays, and if it's degraded, life on our planet would be unstable due to high temperatures and many other problems. But the worst consequence about those problems is that they work just like a chain. One problem leads to another, that leads to another, and when you stop to think, the world is a complete mess. So think with me. If you have high temperatures, glaciers melt, increasing sea levels and causing floods in cities nearby, which will kill people and cause destruction. It's impossible not to see that the world has been already suffering from those problems. For example, there was a huge flood in Libya in 2023, and research shows that for the past 40 years, temperatures has been insanely increasing. Now that you know a little bit more about climate change, you must be thinking, what can I do to help reducing it then? Well, that's exactly what I'm telling you right now. There are actually pretty simple habits that you can introduce your routine to help the environment, such as reducing water waste or simply recycling. In conclusion, climate change affects everyone and everything, directly or indirectly. It's important for us to know about it so we can raise awareness and start to really help our planet. I really hope my speech could get to its objectives, and thank you for hearing me.
Muito bem, parabéns, Rafaela, pelo discurso. E agora vamos com as perguntas, começando pela jurada Ana Flávia.
Hi, Rafaela. Thank you for your speech. I'd like to ask you, how have you started to make a change?
Well, I really wanted to make a bigger change than I already do, but I usually use that eco bags, when I go to English courses or to the beach. I never leave litter on the street, and I really do try to make my part to help the world. But I wish I could recycle. The problem is I don't have that much space at home, but I really try doing what I can.
Thank you.
Hello, Rafaela. Thank you for your speech. It was a pleasure. Rafaela, I know you already do things to help the environment. However, how willing is the population to take action against climate crisis?
Well, I guess it's very difficult for everyone in the world to help the environment, not because they don't want to, but because they can't. Because imagine homeless people, how can they help the planet? They have nothing for themselves. How could they help everyone? So some people have to be helped to help the planet. So it's difficult to fight people because they don't help the planet. They have to be helped first.
Thank you so much, dear.
Muito bem, parabéns, Rafaela, pelo discurso. Obrigada às juradas pelas perguntas. E agora vamos, ao nosso intervalo. Então, finalizamos aqui as apresentações da categoria 6. Parabéns a todos os candidatos que chegaram até aqui, participaram dessa etapa e fizeram seus discursos emocionantes. E nesse momento, eu vou dar um rápido intervalo para vocês. Então, dentro de 5 minutos, a gente volta, só para as nossas juradas já começarem a organizar as anotações. Então, às 4h45, a gente volta aqui com mais discurso da próxima categoria. Até daqui a pouco, pessoal! Estamos de volta, agora com as apresentações da categoria 7. Então, antes de iniciarmos, eu vou explicar para vocês as regras dessa categoria. Então, sobre a duração estipulada dos discursos, é também de 2 minutos para a categoria 7, assim como foi na categoria 6, para cada candidato, da mesma forma. E eles também responderão a 2 perguntas. A única diferença é que essas perguntas também podem ser feitas pelos próprios candidatos da categoria 7. Então, você, candidato da categoria 7, que quiser fazer alguma pergunta durante alguma das apresentações, basta sinalizar aqui no nosso chat interno que eu chamo vocês para que a pergunta seja feita, ok? Então, bom, seguindo a ordem das apresentações, sem mais delongas, vamos à nossa primeira candidata da categoria 7. Então, eu chamo ao palco do Your Voice, Letícia Piazon Carvalho. Letícia, está por aí?
Oi, sim, dá para me ouvir bem?
Sim, estou te ouvindo bem. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Letícia. I'm from Campinas and I'm 14 years old. So, you see, confronting climate change is definitely easier said than done. You may be wondering why, and I believe that is because it is extremely challenging to convince people that their small daily actions can have such a huge impact on Earth and other people's lives. We must remind ourselves that we aren't the only ones suffering from the consequences of climate change. Animals and plants are also severely impacted as they lose their habitats due to fires, floods, and other extreme weather conditions. All of us should be doing something to help. One example is using public transport instead of individual ones, which can reduce CO2 emissions by 45%. That alone can help mitigate the pollution and therefore improve our quality. Another action we should take is to urge the government to make campaigns and place posters all over the cities to raise awareness about the importance of respecting the environment. That may seem obvious, but apparently is not for a lot of people. We must definitely consider future generations, because they are the ones who will suffer from our reckless actions. We have to stop thinking just about ourselves and start prioritizing the health of the earth. We have to contribute to making this a better place for all of us to live in, because if we don't, our time here will be shorter and shorter. We can't let our world burn.
Muito bem, Letícia, muito obrigado pelo seu discurso. Vamos então às perguntas, começando com a nossa jurada, Ana Flávia.
Hi, Letícia. Thank you so much for your speech. I'd like to ask you, how can older generations inspire others to create a better future?
So, good question. I think not only older people, but all of us should engage others to help the environment. Like older people, like you asked, they can, in your family, maybe talk about this topic, try to talk to the kids about it, because the kids are the future generations, and for them to learn about the importance of helping the environment.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ana, pela pergunta. Vamos à segunda pergunta com a jurada Vanusa.
Hello, Letícia. Thank you for your speech. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure listening to it. Letícia, I have a question for you. What is the role of capitalism in whatever is happening around the world in terms of environment or environmental crisis?
So, about that, I think lots of people many times buy things without even thinking if they're going to use or not, consumism. And we have start thinking about that, because if we buy some things we are not going to even to use, we are going to waste plastic and a lot of materials, and we can try to cut down this waste.
Thank you so much, Letícia.
Muito bem, obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas, obrigado, Letícia, pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos seguindo com a nossa sequência de apresentações com o nosso segundo candidato da categoria 7. Então eu chamo ao palco do Your Voice, Flávio Martins Barros. Flávio, está me ouvindo?
Yes.
Flávio, também estou te ouvindo bem. Então, quando estiver pronto, pode começar o discurso. Boa sorte.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let's talk about energy. Energy up. How can the world handle with the growth of types of energy resource? Without energy, the economy stops. The projection of the population in 2050 are 10 billion people, adding more than 2 billion people from now. In a simplified calculation, we will need to have 20% more energy to maintain the current level. The bad news that we are late in this process. Many countries don't have a real commitment to avoid the climate crisis. The weather is crazy now. Nobody knows it's winter or summertime. We have all season in one day. It's not an option, it's mandatory. Without strong measures, we will reach a point of no return. The good news that we have been experimenting with a bunch of initiatives in recent years, like electric vehicles, green hydrogen, wind and solar power, decarbonization of value chain, and much more other. With cutting-edge technology, with these initiatives, the tendency is advancing in the geometric progression. But it's not enough. We need to change our mind, our habits. It's cultural. If each person changes a little bit, the contribution of climate crisis will be enormous. As an example, my personal contribution is to replenish my car's tank with ethanol, regardless the price. The combustion is eco-friendly compared to the other ones. What's your contribution? Thank you.
Muito bem, Flávio, parabéns pelo seu discurso. E agora as perguntas, começando pela nossa jurada, Vanusa.
Hello, Flavio. Thank you so much for your speech. It was a pleasure. Flavio, you've mentioned your personal contribution. However, I have a question for you. What can governments do to help reduce the crisis?
The contribution has a big impact of the population. We need to induce the population to do something. And then in this way, all the governments need to give the education, recycling, economy recyclable, and other ones.
Thank you so much, Flávio.
Thank you.
E agora a segunda pergunta com a nossa jurada, Ana Flávia. Ana, com você.
Hello, Flavio. Thank you so much for your speech. You mentioned how late we are in the run for a better future. But I'd like to know, do you feel more optimistic or pessimistic about our future in, say, 5 years' time?
I'm always optimistic, but in the picture now, it's not good because too many countries don't have the real commitment to avoid this crisis. Then you need to turn over, and all the countries need to discuss the real situation and have the common way to avoid the crisis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Flávio. Obrigado às juradas pelas perguntas. Vamos, então, com a nossa próxima candidata. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice, Karen Marques. Karen, está por aí?
Oi, tudo bem?
Oi, Karen, tudo bem? Tudo certo? Estou te ouvindo bem? A conexão também Está tranquila? Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Thank you. So, confronting climate crisis. The world is in a climate emergency. We have to control what we create if we want to continue with life as it is on Earth. We don't have any more time to waste, and we should have changed several habits many years ago. Human actions since the Industrial Revolution, primarily the burning of fossil fuels, have caused greenhouse gases to rapidly rise in the atmosphere. In response, Earth's air and ocean temperatures are rising. Increasing ocean heat content is contributing to sea level rise, melting of ocean terminating glaciers, ocean heat waves, and coral bleaching. Marine heat waves can stress and kill marine life and disrupt ecosystems. Coral bleaching matters because once these corals die, reefs rarely come back. With few corals surviving, they struggle to reproduce and entire reef ecosystems deteriorate. Coral reefs support some of the most biodiverse ecosystems on the planet. Thousands of marine animals depend on coral reefs for survival. Coral reefs provide shelter, spawning grounds, and protection from predators. As reef ecosystems collapse, already at-risk species may face extinction. Another possible impact is on the economy. Billions of people rely on ocean fisheries for food and jobs. We cannot turn a blind eye on the rise of the global average temperatures. They are predicted to exceed 3 Celsius degrees this century, and catastrophic consequences are already setting across in the world with extreme variations in weather. While climate change cannot be stopped, it can be slowed. To avoid the worst consequences of climate change, we will need to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050 or sooner. Net zero means that, on balance, no more carbon is dumped into the atmosphere than is taken out. The most effective way to achieve net zero is to reduce emissions at the source. This can be done by improving energy efficiency, switching to renewable energy sources, and innovating processes to reduce waste and slow the pace of climate change. We also need a better transportation system. We need to stop deforestation. We need a climate-friendly agricultural system. The necessary solutions exist, yet currently more emissions are entering the atmosphere, making it harder to keep the planet safe. Thank you very much.
Muito bem, obrigado pelo discurso, parabéns, Karen. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a Ana Flávia. Ana?
Hello, Karen. Thank you so much for your speech. I'd like to ask you, what would you say to someone who's still not convinced of how serious climate change is?
Well, thanks for the question. I will show the many catastrophic events that happened even this year. The things that the hurricanes, there was like, I think 90 years, 100 years, I didn't have a hurricane and in Florida. You have the floods in Brazil, you had the flood in Spain as well. I think it's really clear, and if you read the news, if you watch the TV, you're gonna see it's happening. It's happening right now. It's impossible to turn a blind eye or what is going on. You can feel that it's hotter every year, and the animals are dying. We have the water is different. I think it's honestly you need to be really. You want to be blind about the consequences and what is happening right now.
Thank you, Karen.
Muito obrigado, Ana. Vamos então à segunda pergunta, Karen, com a candidata Fernanda Klein. Fernanda?
Hello, Karen. Congrats for your speech.
Thank you.
I would like to know a little bit more about which other habits should we change in order to reduce climate change, apart from changing into renewable sources? Yep.
I think besides the renewable sources, right, clean energy and solar, wind, biofuels, all of that, I think we should first plastic. We use a lot of plastic, and it's something that it really terrifies me. The amount of plastic, and it's not recycled. Like we could change a lot of like our habits, like on our daily tasks, that I think will help. If everyone do a little bit every day, I think we could change something. Let me see. Of course, water is waste every day. Tons and tons of water, like so many millions of liters is waste. One of the things that is a big step, I think we should eat less meat. Is a big process, and waste, besides the land, of course, deforestation, it spends a lot of like water, like energy, all of that is involved in meat. And besides the meat is waste as well, is one of the things that is food is wasted. So all of the transportation, all of the process, all of the work and the time is waste as well. So I think we should, every day we should change a little bit, everyone together.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Muito obrigado, Karen. Obrigado a Fernanda pelo discurso. E agora vamos à sequência das apresentações. Então, gostaria de chamar de volta ao palco do Your Voice Fernanda Klein, que é a nossa quarta candidata da categoria 7. Fernanda?
Hello,
tudo bem?
can you hear me?
Hello, sim, estou ouvindo você bem. Então, quando estiver pronta, pode começar. Boa sorte.
Muito obrigada. It's a great honor to take part in the 10th Your Voice Challenge from Cultura Inglesa. My name is Fernanda, and I'm here to share with you some of my reflections about agroforestry. Agroforestry might help mitigate climate crisis. Think globally, act locally. René Dubos. Can we do it? In fact, the Brazilian Institute of Environment and Renewable Resources, IBAMA, shows that pesticide use in Brazil increased by 190% between the years 2000 and 2016 in order to control outbreaks of pests in monoculture systems. On the other hand, polyculture can reduce pesticide dependence by creating a more balanced ecosystem that reduces pest habitat. Polyculture can be implemented in the agroforestry, which is the junction of the agriculture that involves growing and caring for trees. In addition, it considers the intersection among the species, such as the three sisters, corn, beans, and squash. While monoculture is the practice of growing only one crop on an area of farmland, polyculture is the practice of growing different crops on the same area. In fact, while the first depends entirely on a single crop, the last includes a variety of crops and plants that grow together. What about giving the three sisters a chance? Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Fernanda. Parabéns pelo discurso. Vamos então às perguntas, começando pela pergunta da jurada Vanusa.
Hello, Fernanda. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you for your speech. Fernanda, what can governments do to create incentives for polyculture?
Governments are still in an embryonic stage, yes? They can create policies to foster the farmers which own farmland, yes, and to reduce deforestation and already implement different crops in one area that exists only one crop, and also plant incentives for planting more trees, which is the basics of polyculture, like this intersection of trees and different crops together. So even the temperature will change, and water in the soil. So once the government and the farmers who own big farmers, I mean farmers from industrial farms, yes, who have only monocultures, they can see the benefits that polyculture has. So
Thank you so much, Fernanda.
Thank you for your question.
Muito obrigado, Vanusa. Vamos à segunda pergunta com a jurada Ana Flávia. Ana?
Hi, Fernanda. Thank you so much for your speech.
Thank you.
Right in the beginning, you mentioned a quote about how we can do locally, how we can act locally. So I'd like to ask you, how have you and your neighbors, your community in general, started acting locally?
Right. We can start composting, yes, and then we can also have some plants, I mean, vegetables that we can plant in our garden, right? That is not industrialized, of course, but we can exchange products which already exist in fairs, where what you cultivate, you can exchange for what another person cultivates. So in a local action, like in a small scale, that could be like that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Muito obrigado, jurados. Obrigado, Fernanda, pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos à nossa próxima candidata da categoria 5. Então, chamo ao palco do Your Voice, Hanna Cristina de Almeida. Hanna?
Olá, boa tarde.
Olá, boa tarde, Hanna. Estou ouvindo você bem também, conexão tudo ok. Então, quando estiver pronta, fique à vontade para começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Ok. Good afternoon. First of all, it's been an honor being part of and reaching the finals of Your Voice 2024. Today, I will be exploring the concept of life imitating art and the bleak relationship between dystopian movies and climate crisis. Countless films have depicted the end of the world. As a fan of dystopian movies, I've watched Earth be destroyed by aliens, meteors, but especially by human greed. Movies like The Day After Tomorrow, Mad Max, and Interstellar showed us a dangerous combination between global warming and environmental collapse wiping out society. Yet somehow, despite all these menacing resemblances, it seems we are still stuck in Don't Look Up. But this is no Hollywood, guys, and there is no rescue, no dramatic rescue coming. The truth is, we've already passed the point of no return. Take São Paulo, for example. A recent photo taken in the city showed a thick black smoke blocking the sun for days. Something out of Blade Runner 2049. And not long ago, Brazil's southern state of Rio Grande do Sul faced one of its worst natural disasters, floods, resulting in entire neighborhoods underwater, families displaced, and wildlife annihilated. Perhaps an imitation of Beats of Southern Wild. Could these pieces of art, sometimes so far-fetched, be spoilers of what is to come? However, despite all these catastrophes, it seems capitalism still succeeds in raising the urgency of climate crisis. Clearly, palliative measures won't fix this, but only a collective commitment to real sustainable solutions. The time for change is now. We cannot afford to wait any longer. The question is, will you be only a spectator of all this destruction, or will you take a leading role in confronting climate crisis? Thank you very much.
Perfeito, muito obrigado, Hanna, pelo seu discurso. Vamos então com as perguntas das nossas juradas, começando com a Ana Flávia.
Hi, Anna. Thank you so much for your speech.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, if you could write a movie plot based on our situations nowadays, what would it be like?
Okay, this is a very good question. I think I would be very much pessimistic. It wouldn't be a happy ending, actually, because I see us very connected to what happens in Don't Look Up. People ignoring environmental warnings, scientist warnings. So if I could write a plot, I hope I hope we change our destiny, but I think I would be pessimistic. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfeito, muito obrigado, Ana, pela sua pergunta. Aparentemente, a jurada Vanusa teve um problema aqui na conexão, tá? Então, ela está tentando retomar. Enquanto isso, eu vou pedir para a Ana Flávia, por favor, para que faça a segunda pergunta para a Ana, para que a gente possa conduzir a sessão. Pode ser, Ana?
Of course. So, you also mentioned quite some nice movies that have connected with your research and what you have brought to us in your speech. So I'd like to ask you, what was the very first movie that called your attention regarding climate change and everything that we are experiencing?
I think it was The Day After Tomorrow. I know it's a very exaggerated film because everything happens in one only day. No, I think it's one only week. I don't remember quite sure. But I think it's very connected to what is happening now because as we know, the temperature of the oceans are increasing and ice is melting and also floods in Brazil and in Spain. Everything is very connected to it. Also the hurricanes, because it's connected to the temperature of air and what comes from the ocean. So I believe it. Every time I think about climate change, it reminds me of The Day After Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Ana, pelas perguntas. Parabéns, Ana, pelo discurso, pelas respostas. E dessa forma, finalizamos aqui a nossa categoria 7. Não, perdão, ainda tem a Yasmin. Estou perdido nas anotações aqui. Então, gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice a nossa última candidata, Yasmin. Yasmin, está por aí?
Oi, tudo bem?
Oi, Yasmin, tudo bem? Tudo tranquilo? Estou ouvindo você. Então, Yasmin, quando estiver pronta, pode começar o seu discurso. Boa sorte.
Obrigada. Hello, everyone. My name is Yasmin Dias. I'm from Goiânia, and it's a pleasure to be back here again to discuss about such a relevant theme like climate issue. First of all, this kind of issue is nothing more than a consequence of people's negligence to the environment necessities. The biodiversity and all ecosystems are suffering from irreversible damages, and instead of looking up for solutions, society is actually acting like nothing could be done to stop that. Nevertheless, the more we are ignoring these issues, the harder it is getting for us to prevent the impact of those. So, I like something that Mahatma Gandhi once said. You must be the change you would like to see in the world. Because he knew that we do have this instinct and this desire of change, since deep inside we all know that we are actually capable of fixing the nature's need of repairment. And not only that, most of the natural problems that we currently see in the news, for example, like floods in Rio Grande do Sul, burns in biomes, the loss of areas and reforestation, they are things that, if well planned, they could be easily avoided by sustainability actions, such as the reduction of carbon emissions, shifting to renewable energy sources, and especially the reduction of consumerism. So, since the constant demand for new products drives the overproduction, leading to increased extraction of natural resources, deforestation, and encourage waste, since consumerism is one of the main obstacles for a sustainable lifestyle. And also, not forgetting about the greenhouse effect, which is often caused by the way people don't properly reduce, recycle, or reuse or rethink, like the Earth. So, last but not least, the impacts of climate change are undeniable, and our actions today will determine the world we're going to live for tomorrow. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Muito bem, perfeito, Yasmin. Parabéns pelo seu discurso. E agora vamos às perguntas, começando com a jurada Ana Flávia. Ana?
Hi, Yasmin. Thank you so much for your speech.
Thank you.
You have mentioned the impacts that we have suffered due to climate change and all the crisis situation we are in. So I'd like to ask you, what are the most alarming changes you have seen around you and your family?
Well, I think the most impactful and noticeable change I've seen here where I live are the ones related to the weather, because we are actually used here in Brazil with the change of climate being so suddenly. Like, for example, one time it's so hot, but then suddenly it becomes cold and it starts to rain. But I think it's getting more scary than usual. It's not supposed to be like that. For example, here the weathers are not like they're constantly changing, not in a healthy way, would say. So that reflects a lot of the impacts what we were doing, I think.
Thank you.
Muito bem, obrigado, Ana Flávia, pela pergunta. Agora vamos com a nossa jurada Vanusa. Vanusa? Vanusa, você consegue nos ouvir? Bom, acho que a Vanusa teve novamente um problema de conexão. Sendo assim, Ana, eu vou pedir para você novamente para que conduza a segunda pergunta, tudo bem?
Sure. Yasmin, I would also like to ask you, who has inspired you to become an agent of change for a better future?
Wow, that's a really good question. I mean, I've always seen dystopic movies, documentaries. I'm a huge fan of those. And not a long time ago, I watched Interstellar, and I started studying about ONU. And ONU today has these 17 goals that they call like their plans to develop a better world. And they have like plans related to solve the hunger and also the climate issues and other problems like war, poverty, and everything. So these two things, like watching dystopic movies that talk about, that show how the world is going to suffer if we don't like do something about it, and also seeing these organizations that try to go to everyone that seems them, like ONU, make me realize that I actually wanted to discuss about this as well. I think so. That's answer your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ana. Obrigado, Yasmin, pelo seu discurso. Parabéns. E, bom, agora sim, né, finalizamos a categoria 7 aqui do Your Voice, da grande final. Então, parabéns a todos os candidatos que participaram desse momento. E agora, neste momento, eu gostaria de liberar as nossas juradas para a deliberação, para que elas possam decidir quem serão os grandes vencedores desta edição do Your Voice. E agora, antes de elas voltarem com o resultado, enquanto vão deliberando, eu vou repassar com vocês algumas informações importantes da competição, certo? Então, primeiro, ao término da transmissão, como eu já disse anteriormente, né, após o anúncio das 2 pessoas vencedoras de cada categoria, daremos as instruções para o recebimento do prêmio. Então, daremos essas instruções para os vencedores. Eles deverão comparecer na sala do Google Meet, onde nos encontramos previamente, antes do início do evento. Então, se você for um dos vencedores da sua categoria, logo após o anúncio dos nomes, você já pode se dirigir à sala do Google Meet, onde estávamos anteriormente, ok? E aí daremos todas as instruções e orientações quanto ao recebimento do prêmio, certo? Outra informação importante, enviamos há cerca de 2 semanas, por e-mail, os certificados de participação de todas as pessoas que participaram da fase assíncrona para o envio do vídeo do Your Voice. Então, se você ainda não identificou esse e-mail com certificado, pode ser que tenha acontecido algum erro ali na hora do envio ou ter ido para sua caixa de spam. Então, eu peço que, se esse for o seu caso, entre em contato com a sua unidade ou a escola para que a gente possa providenciar o seu certificado o quanto antes. Combinado? E aproveito também para lembrar os super prêmios que teremos nessa grande edição. Então, além de toda a bagagem cultural e linguística que os alunos adquirem ao longo de todo esse processo do evento, o primeiro lugar e segundo colocado de cada categoria terá um prêmio especial. O segundo colocado ganhará um vale-presente no valor de R$500 e o primeiro lugar um vale-presente no valor de R$1.000. Incrível, né? Vai passar o final de ano aí com dinheiro no bolso para comprar presente para a família inteira. Isso é muito bom. E quem vai decidir isso são as nossas juradas que estão deliberando neste exato momento. Então, enquanto elas fazem e tomam essa difícil decisão, eu vou fazer um leve intervalo aqui com vocês, novamente, para que elas possam organizar as anotações. E por volta de 10, 15 minutos, a gente retoma com o resultado final e o nome dos grandes vencedores desta 10ª edição do Your Voice. Então, nos vemos daqui a pouco. Até mais, pessoal! Estamos de volta agora com o último bloco da grande final do Your Voice. Então chegou o momento de sabermos quem são os grandes vencedores desta final. E para isso eu gostaria de chamar ao palco do Your Voice a nossa jurada Ana Flávia, que fará a honra de nos dizer quem são os grandes vencedores do 10º Your Voice. Ana, é com você.
Oi, João. Oi, pessoal. Muito obrigada mais uma vez por esse convite. Foi realmente muito gratificante, é muito legal ver o quanto vocês se esforçaram. Como o João comentou, mais de 900 pessoas enviaram vídeos para participar desse evento que é lindo, que é maravilhoso. E vocês são muito vencedores por estarem aqui, o top 6. Que bacana, de cada uma das categorias. Muito obrigada. Eu estendo também esse parabéns aos pais, aos professores, à família, que está aqui também no chat, torcendo pelos candidatos e com certeza estiveram ao longo dessa jornada ajudando os candidatos a se prepararem, ajudando a que eles pudessem praticar. Então, que bacana! Espero que vocês estejam com esse sentimento de missão cumprida, que fizeram o melhor que puderam. E olha, foi difícil para mim, para a Vanusa, para a gente poder escolher apenas 2 pessoas, porque todos vocês são super merecedores e estavam muito preparados para o dia de hoje. Bom, mas sem mais delongas, na categoria 6, em segundo lugar, nós temos a Emily Pereira de Bonfim. Parabéns, Emily, pelo segundo lugar. E no primeiro lugar, a nossa vencedora, então, foi a Rafaela de Andrade Torres. Parabéns, Rafaela, parabéns, Emily, e parabéns a todos da categoria 6. Vanusa, categoria 7 é com você.
Muito obrigada. Gente, assim, faço minhas palavras, a da colega. Na verdade, assim, eu fiquei muito impactada com os discursos de vocês, porque, na verdade, quando a gente prepara um discurso, a gente quer atingir o outro. E vocês conseguiram nos atingir de maneira muito positiva, com discursos inteligentíssimos. Mas, gente, o mais emocionante que tudo em inglês, inglês belíssimo, inglês claro, e ideias que faziam total sentido desde o início até o final do discurso. Então, parabéns a vocês, estudantes, aos seus pais, aos seus familiares, às suas escolas e suas filiais, né, possivelmente, a todos que estavam lá com vocês, contribuindo para esse momento belíssimo. Todos são muito merecedores desse prêmio, mas, infelizmente, nós precisamos realmente escolher 2 nesse momento, e as pessoas, né, que nós escolhemos como segundo e primeiro lugares foram, segundo lugar, Hanna Cristina Miranda de Almeida. Parabéns, Hanna. Primeiro lugar, Fernanda Klein. Parabéns a todos, mais uma vez, aos vencedores e a todos que participaram e continuem sempre participando do Your Voice, com esses discursos maravilhosos e esse food for thought que vocês sempre deixam aqui para a gente. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado, Ana. Obrigado, Vanusa, pelo anúncio dos vencedores. Parabéns a todos que participaram desta 10ª edição do Your Voice, que chegaram até a final. Um parabéns em especial aos vencedores desta grande final. Todos vocês por terem chegado aqui, já uma longa jornada, né? 900 inscritos, então, assim, estão todos de parabéns, de verdade. Parabéns também às famílias, a todo o apoio às unidades, professores, todo mundo que está apoiando aí no chat também. O apoio de vocês é fundamental nesse momento. E finalizamos aqui as apresentações do 10º Your Voice. Então, queria agradecer a todos por terem acompanhado até aqui. Obrigado de verdade. O Your Voice é uma iniciativa muito, muito bacana, que faz a diferença na vida dos estudantes. É uma oportunidade única deles se desafiarem, aprenderem ainda mais. Então, fiquem ligados aí no nosso site, que publicaremos todas as atualizações por lá, as listas dos vencedores, tudo estará lá no nosso site. Aproveito também para dizer que os candidatos vencedores, não se esqueçam de ir, nesse momento, já para o Google Meet, onde a gente se encontrou antes da sessão iniciar, para vocês receberem as instruções de toda a premiação, ok? Então, Muito obrigado a todos. Amanhã o resultado já estará no site do Your Voice e qualquer dúvida que vocês tenham, pode entrar em contato com o e-mail que está disponível no site, yourvoice.culturainglesa.com.br. Então, um grande abraço a todos, bom final de semana e nos vemos no próximo Your Voice. Até! Tchau, tchau!